started later. So welcome in, everybody. Lots of activity with the Nancy Guthrie case, and we're going to get into it. I have a strong take on how the media all of a sudden just comes out of the woodwork. Everybody's on cue. But where this was, we already known. This was already in the notes. This is just basically what we're seeing is the media narrative. But welcome to all the live. We only got 8 people in here right now because I went early. Everybody thought it was going to start at 4:30, but what happened is I guess I hit the wrong button. It had it scheduled for 4:30. I tried to change it. It would not let me change it. So welcome in from England, Kathleen. So I have a song. We're just, if you guys want to go get a drink, we're going to get started on this TMZ FBI going silent on Harvey Levin. 6 calls and they haven't called him back. So we're going to get into that. Plus, we do have a new video with a feminine tone, as Megyn Kelly says, a feminine tone in the second no. All of a sudden, everybody wants to talk about Nancy Guthrie as far as these big media. So let's see who we got in the chat. Thank you. We're going to play this new song. I'm going to check the comments. We're going to get started a little slow because I had that scheduling conflict. A lot of people didn't think we started for another hour. So here we are, an hour early. So welcome in to everybody. We also are, I'm also playing the City of Tucson meeting. So that's going on. That's going to start. You're going to get a notification. But if you could hit the notification bell so you'll get notified when we're about to start up future programs. So while we're waiting for everybody to come in here, obviously this is they thought we were going to start it at 4:30 our time. So that would be like 6:30, 7:30 on the east. But we started early because I couldn't get it to change. It wouldn't save. I don't know what's going on, but we do have a new song from one of my mods. She sent this to me, and I love it. So if you ever have any songs you want to make, let's share them. They're great. Go to Suno, SUNO app, the Suno app. Just type in some things, and next thing you know, you got a song. You can make them for your significant other, your mother, brother, sister, everybody in your family, kids. So welcome in. We got Becca, Elaine, Sparkles, Carl. We got people all the way from the UK checking in. So thank you everybody who has donated to the fund, the defense fund. I made some calls today. I'm going to report what happened in the calls later. So come on in. We're just I started a little early, so we're going to kind of get a slow start here. I got a new song though. Well, I get say hello. So 1 second while I pull up this song, and I'll be right back while we listen to this song.
One, two, three, go! Why y'all left? Hey! From Pima County, here we go. 857 Tucson, let it show. Live on scene, we move fast. Fresh reports, first to last. Holly Dasso in the frame. Patricia Woo, remember names. Nancy Guthrie on the line. Courtroom notes, we track the time. Breaking news, we bring it home. Tucson strong, you're not alone. On the road, we tell the truth. Every day we bring the proof. Hey, Tucson, corner by corner, standing upright. We won't ignore you. Covering court, day by day. Facts on deck, we don't play. If the news break, we catch that wave. Live and direct, we stay brave. From the scene to the feed, giving you all that you need. Breaking news, we bring it home. Tucson strong, you're not alone. On the road, we tell the truth. Every day we bring the proof. 85-7, Tucson, run it back. 85-7, Tucson, on the track like comment, share it out. Tucson strong, no doubt. 85-7, Tucson, keep it live. 85-7, Tucson, we arrive. Subscribe now. Hit that bell. Pima County, we do well. Tucson strong, hold the line. Truth in view, one day at a time. Live on scene, we don't fold. Real stories, loud and bold. Tucson strong, hold the line. Truth in view, one day at a time. Live on scene, we don't fold. Real stories, loud and bold. 85-7, Tucson, run it back. 85-7, Tucson, on the track like comment, share it out. Tucson strong, 85-7, Tucson, keep it live. 85-7, Tucson, we arrive. Subscribe now, hit that bell. Pima County, we do well.
There it is, everybody. Logs this up. So that was by one of the mods. Thank you for making that work. We kind of got started a little early. So thanks for your patience, or just understanding, not patience, because we were ahead. But I was originally going to start at 4:30 and I couldn't get the time to change. And here we are. We're starting a little early. So we're going to get right into the big news of TMZ. If I can find the article, so welcome in. Where's everybody signing in from? I got the article, or the story. We're going to go over a couple, but we're going to just react. This is a live reaction right now to this. Obviously, this is 1 day ago, but then right after TMZ, he started with this. Then it was like on cue, all the media. It was like they're in the same group chat. I don't know what's going. I've never seen anything like it other than our media here. They follow each other. There's nobody anything. Everybody has the same exact story. Oh, let's try to say that she died now, so we don't have to cover the story anymore. I think that's what I'm thinking. Because now people, oh, she's not around. Well, what about the suspect? Is he going to strike around? Nano said he could strike again. I mean, there's no updates from the people that we're supposed to trust to make us feel like we're safe, like they're doing what they're doing, upholding our their position. So this is Harvey Levin. We're going to get right into it. There's some good things happening tonight. We got the interview room. But it is ironic how all the media on the same day, all of a sudden on cue, has the same story. This isn't new. This is, I mean, I hate to say this is kind of fake news. We knew. What does that have to do with anything? What about actually giving us clues on who they think kidnapped Nancy? Who are these people? Are they an international group? Was this terrorism? Was this a local group? You're not giving us any making us feel safer. So anyway, this was another media narrative, right? They're always wanting to control the narrative. So then you know what's going to happen is they're not going to get the public going, well, why aren't you covering this case anymore? Well, we reported she died, so what else do you want us to do? Well, there you go. So basically, we're going to react right now to this video, and Here we go. This is Harvey Levin.
And some communications I've had with the FBI that I haven't talked about until now. But I want to start with these reports that this ransom letter that we received kind of apologizes to Savannah Guthrie and her family for the kidnapping, and that that Nancy was no longer alive. That was not in the ransom note that we received. It is not in that ransom note at all. It does say that she's scared, but okay. But the ransom note makes no reference to Nancy Guthrie either dying or the kidnappers apologizing. Now, there is a reference to Nancy Guthrie not being alive anymore, but that is from the person who sent us multiple emails saying that he knows or knew where Nancy Guthrie was and where the kidnappers were, and he wanted money in return for information. We passed that along to the FBI as we did the ransom note, but this person kept sending us emails. And early on, he said, time is of the essence. And then a few days after the kidnapping, he said, time is no longer of the essence, meaning she wasn't alive. So,
What do you guys think? Are these ransom notes? I mean, it's like they're trying to confuse us. Nobody's confirming, as far as the authorities, if these things are even real. Just let us know. What the heck? This is not fair. See what's everybody saying. Thank you, Kathleen. Starting off with the super thank you, Justice, for Nancy. And that's the thing is okay, if they reported, okay, she's not around anymore. I mean, who is Nanos going to ever even confirm any of this stuff? Where's the press conference? Maybe he doesn't know either, but at least, do you see the narrative? They want it to go away. They want this case to go away. This video is from 1 day ago, and then after this, we're going to play his updated one from today. We're going to play Megyn Kelly's. Yep, Megyn Kelly's is next. We're going to do live reactions. We don't play the whole thing normally. We just play like a little bit and then react, play a little bit, react, so basically, if you want to go over to TMZ right now, I'll put the link and you can just go over, watch this full without me blabbing in between. But this is weird because at the end of this video, he said, me and FBI, we've been talking back and forth, and he's reached out to them and they have went silent. And I could see one call, but wait till you hear how many times he's called them and they still have not called back Harvey. Why are they standing up Harvey? All of a sudden, he said, this is odd, he says. So here we go. Shout out to the good old Harvey Levin at TMZ.
that's where that came from, not the people who kidnapped her, but from the person who was sending us these notes. Now, that person wanted effectively $100,000. He actually reduced it at some point, but that's what he wanted in return for giving information about the whereabouts of Nancy Guthrie or her remains and the kidnapper. This person also said that he was afraid that he might be implicated. He had a burglary on his record from, I think he said, 11 years before. And apparently he knew these kidnappers well enough that he was afraid he might be implicated. He also said he wanted to go underground, which is why he needed the money, because he was afraid that they would exact revenge on him for blowing the whistle on the kidnappers. So the FBI never paid that money, or never got the Guthrie family to pay the money to the person who was sending us these letters, these emails. I will tell you that the FBI did put around $270 in the Bitcoin account of the kidnappers. And we knew that. We were asked not to talk about that while all of this was going on. But
All right, everybody. So I see in some people not big fans of Harvey Levin from TMZ, and obviously turn up the volume. I'll see if I can turn it up a little bit. Okay, turn it up. Volume's up. So yeah, obviously TMZ has the reputation, but they do have a lot of people watching them. So I'm still not convinced these ransom notes are real until either the FBI just says 100% were real. I mean, just like the Unabomber, they knew those were real. What, they can't decide right now these are real? This is a national security threat as well. So you're telling me people can just send emails and we don't know who the federal government would never, I mean, what if this is a another country? It's just, oh well, it's not a big deal. No big deal. There's no camera footage that, there's no big deal that the Nanos has all these things on his record and that he's going after people with abusing people's constitutional rights numerous times. It's okay. Let's just move on. She's dead, right? Today, that's the media narrative. Oh, she's dead. She's dead. Oh, you know what? That's to us until we find Nancy. We're not giving up. I know the media wants you to believe, oh, Savannah, sent out the memo to all the executive producers, sent them out to all the executive producers. And so everybody's got the same. Go look at everybody's headlines today. Exactly the same. Exactly the same. Nobody's looking to get an interview with Annie. Where's Annie and Tommaso? They get a pass. TMZ's not trying to chase them down or even just get a photo. They'd go rather pick on some celebrity. What about anybody? What about one of these local news just trying to get an answer from the family? Do they believe what's going on with these ransom? Does Annie believe they're real? But you see what's happening. It's the media narrative. You got Mark Kelly running over to Savannah saying, whatever I can do, whatever. I mean, I'm obviously this is speculation or just opinion. But something's going on when all of a sudden they want the narrative back. They want to control it. And instead of Savannah saying, you know what, we're sending search teams out, we're doing this, she's out here. Where's Savannah coming out and just being out here one weekend saying, hey, I need people to help? Where's the flyers from the sheriff? Where's the billboards? Where's the news reports that this guy's still out? He's still out walking the streets. Nope, she's dead. That's the media narrative that we're buying, guys. Buy it. Here you go. That's what you got to buy now. If this was just a simple case where people just did their damn jobs normal, the sheriff does updates, the media does investigative reports, normal shit. But instead, you have cover-ups going on. You have, allegedly illegal parking ordinances going on. Hey, let's violate some citizens' rights while we're at it. Oh, hey, let's conspire with the media so they can come out to my office at 12 p.m. We're going to have an interview, and we're only going to show about 30 seconds of the interview, though. And then we're going to drive out to Nancy's and we're going to drive around the neighborhood because we know what's going to happen. Let's do that. That's the narrative that everybody's trying to you know, they're trying to have us, oh hey, let's just buy the you know, vanilla news, the 8 to 5ers.
They wanted to see if they could trace that person. They couldn't. As for this other person, the FBI took it seriously. They felt, at least in my communications with them, and I had numerous communications, they felt that this person might indeed know. For some reason, they never paid or never asked the Guthrie family to pay that person for information leading to the identity of the kidnappers and Nancy Guthrie's remains. I was always confused about that because I'm a skeptical guy, but there's something about those emails that made me believe that this guy may well have known who the kidnappers were. And the reason I say that is that initially he said, in the first letter, he said, time is of the essence, meaning you better hurry up. I can tell you where she is. But then the next day he wrote, time is no longer.
Yeah, somebody just put the FBI couldn't, or I got to put that comment back up. The FBI couldn't trace the source. So you're telling me, okay, this was Nancy Guthrie. What if this was somebody a little bit higher up? Not saying no disrespect to Nancy or anything. She just wasn't like a political field office. What if it was somebody connected to higher up? I don't even know. I'm not even going to say names, but and you're telling me that they would just not be able to track an address or an email? This guy's writing emails, ransom notes, responses. Oh, this one sounds like he's a little sorry. He's sorry she died. He's sorry. And you guys can't, I mean, it seems really odd that what if this was another country and that this could be an attack, you know, a covert attack and they can't trace an email? But if you guys are going to buy the media narrative, I understand. Here's the thing, media. Everybody already thinks she's not around anyway. It's already been so long. Unfortunately, we hope. I still have a small percentage of hope. But they just come out, oh, let's get some ratings because we want to, you know, obviously they're getting pushback that YouTubers are actually the only ones keeping this story really alive. Oh, let's take the front row now and say that she's not here. They all copied each other. Go look at the local KVOA. She literally walked out her office door and she did a story in front of the banner. Hi, I think they said she's not around anymore. Monica Garcia signing off. It was the most ridiculous thing I've ever seen. I understand these people, they're just doing their 9 to 5 job, so I'm not attacking them. I get it. They're just trying to make it for their family and they have bosses. So I'm trying to be nice to them. They have bosses, executive producers who think, "Oh, I've been in the news business since 1985 and so I'm the best." And then look what they do. They constantly are losing people. Number one is maybe people will watch one show, but they don't trust them anymore.
Of the essence. If somebody is scamming and wants to get money, why would they say time is no longer of the essence? You want to say, no, time is still of the essence so you can get the money and make people feel that it's urgent to pay it. For him to say it's no longer of the essence, to me, it felt more truthful because he was taking away the urgency to pay the money. So I always had this gnawing sense that he might be indeed legit. But for some reason, the FBI never pulled the trigger to pay the money. So around 3 weeks ago, I called the FBI back. I hadn't heard from them in a while.
Whoa.
And I said, look, it's been gnawing at me for a long time that there's something about this guy that felt legit. And I said, look, what if TMZ does a documentary and that we try and get in touch with this guy and even pay the money? And if he takes us to the location, then you get resolution. The Guthrie family gets resolution. And if he scams us, he scams us. But I just had this real feeling that it might be real.
All right. Do you believe he truly has this feeling all of a sudden? Maybe it was before. We're just doing a live reaction that all of a sudden he wants to do this documentary. I have never seen Harvey Levin out in Tucson. Has he even been out to Tucson to Nancy's house? Now he wants to do a documentary. Oh, he's the expert. What? Show the ransom notes. What's so bad about showing the ransom notes? Harvey, you got these ransom notes. They're sent. They want Harvey. They send them right to you because they know you're the man. 5 months later, show the ransom notes. The FBI won't call you back, right? We're gonna talk. We're gonna listen. They won't call him back, so they don't care. They don't care about the ransom notes, obviously, or what he thinks. So release that. Let's do hashtag release the ransom notes, Harvey. I don't know. Make up one. Release the ransom notes, Harvey. You got it. You have them. Is it going to blow the investigation wide open if you release them? Other than what you're doing, standing on a soapbox, going, "Hey, I think," and well, let us think. Let the public see it. The FBI is not calling you back. We're going to watch the next video from TMZ. This is almost over. I'm going to put the link to the great Harvey Levin to go watch his video on his own. Here we go.
But we didn't want to interfere with the investigation. So the contact I had at the FBI said, look, that's interesting. Let us get back to you. And I talked to him a few days later and he said, well, it's something they're looking into. And I thought, okay, fine. And then a week passed and I called back and left a message. And usually my messages were responsive, where they would call back, and I got nothing back. And I've called a half a dozen times since over the last couple of weeks, and I've gotten nothing back. For some reason, the FBI has gone radio silent on me. And we have had ongoing discussions because we've tried to be helpful over the many months now that this has been going on. But
well, he's trying to be helpful with the FBI. They're not calling him back. So why don't you release him to the public? Right? You're reporting for the public, right? That's what your job is. So you're basically, obviously you're working with the FBI, the federal government on this case because they allegedly sent you the letters. So let's see the letters. We're at 150 days. We're almost at 150 days, Harvey. And now you come out with oh, I'm going to do a documentary and so you got the letter. Are they even real? Do you think they're real? All of a sudden, there's one that are they all real? I think he should release them. Just release them and let the public, just like the Epstein files, release the Epstein files, release these files too. Obviously, at 5 months, we got all these people that maybe could help Harvey, but instead he's holding on to it.
They've ghosted me, and I don't know what that's about. But I've kind of not talked about it. But at some point, I just want to put it out there that, this felt like maybe we could do some good. And for some reason, the FBI has gone radio silent. I don't understand it. I'm not suggesting that the FBI is doing anything wrong, because they've really tried to solve this. But it's just curious to me that this one guy who has sent us, I think, around a dozen emails, it's just somebody that I felt knew something. But for whatever reason, this is all kind of evaporated into things.
Now, here's what I just want to ask. Like, obviously, this, like I just asked before, people just getting in here. Looks like people are just finding out we are live. It was supposed to be at 4:30, but it wouldn't let me reschedule it. Why? The bigger story to me is that this guy can send all these damn emails. And what if this was a political figure? What if this was a big movie star or somebody else very high up? And you're telling me none of these emails, this guy can just sit in his, pajamas and write emails, and we don't know if it's real or not. We can't trace him. I mean, what is it? What kind of example is this sending of the security that we have? This might have been nothing, just some, criminal organization group. But what if this is next time? It's something like another government. I don't know. To me, that's worrying that they can't trace any of these. The guy's actually reaching communication with authorities, and we can't trace it. I mean, does that seem odd? I mean, I know we all want our protection. We all want our, privacy. But on certain cases, you would think that the federal government would be able to access this information just like they were with the cams. Why can't we find who the hell's sending this? Oh, it's encrypted, and I don't know how it all works, but it's just, to me, it's that's the story. We got Iran, all these countries that don't like us, and now they know a little way that they could do something, and then they can send emails and intimidate us, almost laughing in our face. Oh, we sent you 6 emails, and why is that not the story? The media doesn't want to pick up on that story. They'd rather just go, oh, she's dead, move on. It's sad because you know what? The number one thing is our country is being, obviously invaded by certain, fractions of other countries. We've seen it. These Trende, Aragua gangs, whoever it could be. You're telling me that people can just do this and we can't track them? There's no camera footage from the city or the county. There's no activism to find out, hey, here's the suspect photo. It's something's weird. Free speech. Release the emails. Exactly. Release the ransom notes. I think I get. I'll put the hashtag and tag TMZ. Release the ransom notes. What's the point of just going on and going? Oh well, you know what? I mean, it's annoying. It's almost annoying and it's disrespectful to the public, knowing that we actually could actually help solve this case if we saw those ransom notes. I don't know what's going on. We're going to go to the next TMZ video. Live reaction to Harvey has sent, and that's the thing. He sent 6 emails, and they still have not called him back. 6. So this is from 5 hours ago. I don't. It looks like the same thing. Did he just
The Nancy
replay?
Guthrie case.
You replay the same thing?
We received, as you know, the first ransom note along with 2 Tucson stations, television stations. And in that note, the kidnappers made it clear that they wanted $4 million within days of the time she was captured. And if the Guthrie family didn't pay that money, it would go to $6 million. And a week after the kidnapping, basically, they said they would kill her if they didn't get the money. So there was a second ransom note now that we know about that one of the Tucson stations got. In that note, which was sent 5 days after the kidnapping, it said that Nancy Guthrie was dead, and that apparently said she was buried somewhere. Now, we know that the second note did not contain a ransom demand. And that's why it was so confusing that following weekend, when Savannah Guthrie said to the world that they wanted to bring their mother home to celebrate, and they would pay the money. And that money was never paid. And we know that because we have the Bitcoin address, and the Bitcoin address in the first ransom note was the same as the Bitcoin address in the second ransom note. And no money was ever paid other than a very small amount that the FBI put in to see if they could trace the Bitcoin address, which they could not do. So the question then becomes, why did the Guthrie family fail to pay the money? When you think about it, that second note saying that she died accidentally, that they didn't kill her, but she died accidentally, which is the way this is now being reported.
So it looks like the big meeting happened. Okay, we're going to go to media. We're going to say that she died accidentally, and then everybody, all the different media stations are going to write, and it's going to be the main thing of the day.
They're essentially saying, look, we didn't do it. We weren't there to kill somebody, even though we threatened to. And she died on us. And
show the damn notes. I can't even understand the way this guy talks. Number one, I'm not being mean to Harvey Levin, but dude, give it up. This is getting ridiculous. I mean, let someone else get I mean, it's you're not making any sense. Release the ransom notes to the public. Obviously, the FBI is not calling you back. They don't believe you. Release it to the public so we know. It's getting real annoying. They play these games. Oh, and they talk about, oh, this and I think that. And we'll show the damn notes.
And we're sorry, essentially. I don't think they used the words "we're sorry," but they said, look, we didn't do it. She died shortly after the kidnapping. And it kind of makes sense with all her health problems, the fact that she didn't have her medications, and it must have been beyond extremely traumatic. So if that's true, what Savannah Guthrie is faced with is, we got this second note and we believe it's the kidnappers, but now they're not asking for a ransom demand in return for telling us where the body is. So we're put
Oh yeah, we're just automatically just supposed to assume we know what the hell you're talking about, man. You do a 7 minute video and then you're off to your favorite, Beverly Hills restaurant and shaking hands and at best ever. Oh, now I'm gonna do a documentary on Nancy Guthrie. Number one, you haven't called me. You haven't called any of the locals to find out any real information. Your TMZ reporter emailed me or texted me. Oh, hey, can I do an interview? Yeah, let's do it here. This is what I'm willing to, discuss. Obviously, I could have discussed other things, but that's what this was going to be about. Oh, my boss changed their mind. Well, that's fine. We're going to question, your journalistic the way you're reporting stories. If you're going to report them as some people like to say, show us the receipts. You hear me? If you're watching, show us the receipts. Harvey, show us the ransom notes, man. Come on. I don't understand how when you talk, it's confusing to me.
Putting it out to them, tell us how much you want. Tell us where the body is so we can bring her home.
Huh?
Because the $6 million may not be on the table anymore. They may be so freaked out and scared that she died and that they're going to be charged with murder that they're just basically leaving it alone and saying, we're done with this. And so
the public's done with this. Release these notes so we can make. We don't need you to tell us how what you think. Let us decide. Oh, if they're real, the FBI would say, "Shut the heck up, Harvey. Don't talk about these." Obviously, they don't care about your damn ransom notes, so release them.
to pay.
Oh, I'm gonna do a documentary because you know what? I sat in my office here and I looked at other people what they were doing, and so now I'm pretty much, yeah, let's do a documentary.
$6 million when it looks like they've just freaked out and gone away. What she did instead was to say, look, tell us what you want. We want to bring her home. And that means bring the body home. And they never responded after that. They never responded to us, and they never responded, apparently, to anyone else. And that may be the answer as to why Savannah said, we will pay. But she needed to know, will you give us the body back if we do? And what
Oh, just let us see these.
do you want? And
When was the last time he even did anything about Nancy? All of a sudden, he wants to talk about Nancy. All of a sudden, what did they have? They have their morning Monday meeting and said, "Hey, we're gonna cover Nancy Guthrie now." Hashtag release. I'm gonna put it in the comments. If you want to, get people over to your site, release the ransom notes on your website. You'll get lots of people, Harvey. Your video will get lots of views. Why aren't they trying to get any photos of the sheriff? Why aren't they sticking up for us?
they never said that. So that may explain this curiosity of her saying we'll pay, but never did. And just one other note, I have called the FBI twice again today asking,
Jennifer,
please call, because we're trying to get some closure on this guy
I'm fired
who
up.
was repeatedly
It's annoying.
emailing us, telling us he knew.
It's annoying. Yeah. So yeah, I'm not normally this fired up, but I'm just annoyed. That's it. It's annoying to come on here after we're covering this every day. We got all these people, Brew Crew, Brian Enton, and then these guys show up. Oh, and then they don't even really have anything to say. We knew what the ransom note said. We knew what Savannah said as far as celebration and release the notes. That would be something to make news, especially if the FBI is not calling you back. If they're not calling you back, they obviously don't care about your damn notes, Harvey. The public is pretty smart.
Knew who the kidnappers were, and he knew where Nancy Guthrie was buried. And still no response from the FBI. Something is going on. I don't understand it. And I'm telling you, the reason I don't understand it is we were in constant contact with them, and they were always responsive. They were calling us a lot, and we had a very open kind of relationship that went back and forth until
It's almost like he's telling a breakup story here. Dude, this is the FBI. They're not calling you back because your damn ransom notes, they probably aren't real. So take the clue, buddy. They're not calling you back. You had the open relationship. The open relation. What does open mean? Open means transparency. So be transparent. Be open. Release the notes.
I called about a month ago and said, look, what if we do a documentary, pay the money, and see where it leads us? And that just slammed the door shut for some reason.
Ooh, slammed it. Well, Deuce, why aren't you talking about that?
I don't know what that's about, but it's not coincidental that that conversation was had and then they just went radio silent.
All right, let me check the comments. Maybe we can get a response. Does TMZ actually respond to being called out to just do their job? They release everything else. What's so big? Yeah, he wants to do a documentary now. He's an expert on Nancy Guthrie case. Yeah. Fisher Blue says, "Oh my God, I can't believe you just said that." Stanky Stuff says, "All I hear from Harvey is sounds like Inton, both horrible speakers." Daphne, hello Daphne. Vicky, welcome back. Kathleen, Donna, they have nothing, so they're recycling old news. Exactly. Welcome in 231, Tony, Mystic Mom. I know I saw Dom C in there, Jewel to Gem, Bead Life, Wanger, Mojo, Shimmer, Fancy, Viodka. You're exactly right. I don't believe TMZ as far as I'm concerned. He's just saying that to try. Yeah, all it is clicks. If you look at how many views this video got compared to other videos, I mean, but the point is just release them. If it's not about clicks and you just want to inform the public, release them. You'll get both. You'll inform the public and you'll get clicks. I mean, they're in the media business. It's not a bad thing to get people viewing your stuff. So why come up with some, fluff piece and then instead of just saying TMZ released the ransom notes? The next councilman is going on right now. See, it's live right now on my other stream. Nancy works for a network and the notes didn't go there. What's up with that, Harvey? So we're going to move on. I'll show you a little bit of what's going on here just to give you guys already seen this all day, I'm sure. Every news station has their daily update. Okay, so this is ABC 1 hour ago. Let's see their
ransom letter received by her family, which claims she passed away shortly after being abducted. People are searching for.
look, everybody has the same, it's almost like the same exact script too. Seriously, it's so annoying.
Being abducted. People are searching for TV Today Show host Savannah Guthrie's emotional on-air plea for information to help find her mother. They're also looking to see if there are any new details on the kidnapping. And finally, the Supreme Court dropped its latest rounds of.
There we go. There's the hit piece media. Oh, and here's the guy, Aaron Katursky, which I have all kinds of pictures when he covered the story. I'll show you here in a minute. He comes out, he shows up 15 minutes before he has to go to camera, walks over, does a 30-second report, and gets in the car and drives away. And he's making hundreds of thousands of dollars a year.
Ransom notes, and our Aaron Katursky has been on the story since it broke earlier this year. Aaron, it's good to see you, but there's a lot of questions right now about this ransom note. So let's talk about this one. Which ransom note are we talking about? What did it reportedly say?
Yeah, there were two ransom notes, Gio, that the FBI deemed credible and thought were probably from the same source. First one demanded a bunch of Bitcoin, but the second note is the one that we've been talking about, because sources tell ABC News the note said that Nancy Guthrie is no longer alive, that she died shortly after she was taken and is buried in nature.
Oh, and you know, earlier today there.
Okay, that's the media narrative they want everybody to buy. I mean, we could go to 19 different places right now. Everybody literally got the same script. They were in the same group text, and here we go. Let's just regurgitate what everybody got. No more clues about who could have done this. No breaking news stories of, how could this guy send all these emails? And it's all about, and you know what? A lot of the Americans will buy it. She died. Move on. That's what they're thinking right now. We're not moving on. This is my community here. The guy's still here, right? Nanos said he could strike anytime. Did Nanos make a statement today, or is he's silent in his basement, hanging out in his basement?
Because of what Savannah Guthrie said on the show this morning, tell us, what is it that she said?
She said that this may be a new revelation to the public, but this has been her reality and her siblings' realities for the better.
So see what they're wanting you to buy. This is the new revelation for the public. They want you to believe this. This is new. This is new that she's dead, everybody. We don't want to cover this story anymore. We're not going to send people out to Tucson anymore to cover it. Do you see what I'm going here with this? This is not just the regular news. You got to see what they're doing. Where's Mark Kelly?
Better part of the last 5 months, and she wanted to take the opportunity to again plead for someone to come forward with answers. She has said all along that the best tip that's going to lead to her mother is going to come from someone who knows, and she's appealing to their conscience, saying it's never too late to do the right thing, and she is begging answers to come forward now, because she said she and her family have just been left anguished.
Aaron, you're always talking to investigators. I mean, is this something that could actually lead them toward a kidnapper?
Hard to watch.
Investigators have not given up hope on some of the clues that they do have, Gio. They have DNA outstanding. They've still been trying to identify the masked man seen lurking at Nancy Guthrie's front door, trace what he was wearing, the backpack, the holster, the gloves, the gun. But all along, investigators have believed, like the Guthrie family, that the best information is going to come from whoever took her or someone who knows that individual or individuals, maybe their family members. So they've been appealing to people's conscience. It's well established now that Nancy Guthrie is in all likelihood no longer alive.
Okay, so they want us to buy that, even though a lot of people already think that. But hey, let's go and tell everybody that we think that too. So we really need you to think that. So you guys stop worrying about what are you guys thinking about how this all went down with the media just all of a sudden pops out of the like a groundhog. Now they're gonna go away. I'm not calling out Brian Enton, but why did he leave? There's all these stories he needed to cover that was more important than Nancy. I've been looking at his stories that he covered. I get the Lynette Hooker case happened, but no offense to Brian, but he also works for a corporation, and they said, look, time to pack up shop and come home. Come back out, Brian. Let's go. Let's keep this story going, man. This is not cool. What they're doing to our community, just saying, oh, she died and just forget about it. And we're not going to, there's more people searching for YouTubers in Nancy's neighborhood than the actual suspects. Hope that makes sense. There's been more false arrests in this case. Just think how many false arrests have been made. Not counting us. Luke. It's a joke. And where's the media covering all the local media in cahoots with the sheriff to do hit pieces on the YouTubers? Independent media? Where's all the media covering this? They don't want to cover it. Why not? They'd rather cover and just let you know that Nancy's died. So, we think that. We really want you to think that too. What about the suspect, Aaron Katursky? What about the damn suspect? Do you talk about him? Are you hitting the boots on the ground, Aaron Katursky? Like Chris McDonough, he came out here. He's trying something. It might not pan out to be anything. Where's Ashley Banfield? Go get a hotel. There's plenty of them right by Nancy's. Do some investigations. But they're all playing the media line. It's lazy. It's called laziness.
Just give this family some closure.
All right, Aaron Katursky, thank you.
So that's what it is. They want the closure. They want the family, but then you're supposed to accept the closure too, because this gives the family closure. So now everybody at home, you're supposed to have closure because the family it'll hopefully give them closure. You see how they frame this stuff. Next time you watch these media pieces, and I seen this guy in the gray shirt out there hopping around the street. He showed up for a weekend. Oh, I'm gonna do the Nancy Guthrie case, and then he drops out. It's all just paychecks. That's all it is for these people. I don't see Aaron Katursky trying to track down Alex, DeJuice, me to try to get our story. I'm checking my email. I saw TMZ texted. We're waking up to this fake media, entrenched media where they're all just basically rubbing each other's back, and there's no real investigative reporters anymore. Geraldo, he used to actually do some good reporting. Where's the modern day Geraldos?
Thank you so much for that. All right, let's talk now about the Supreme Court.
Shout out Geraldo. I didn't think I'd bring up Geraldo today. I did not think I would bring up Geraldo. Remember when he got in a fight? Geraldo got in a fight at his like somebody picked up a chair and like smashed his nose on media. Melissa, you know what's up. You know what's up with Geraldo. Where's our Geraldos? Said we get Harvey Levins. We used to have Geraldos and now we got Harvey Levins. It could be a cold case. I mean, it's if they had something they would be doing something about it. Oh, we're watching people. Okay. Well, you made 2 arrests right away. Remember Luke or Carlos and Luke? All of a sudden now they're oh we can't. There's just nobody else, or they'd be arresting them. Everybody said, "Oh, they're watching them. Maybe they're just watching them. Just watch." I've been saying that for months. They're not watching crap, or they would be at this point arresting them. I mean, no, it's all planned media. And I have so much compassion for what they're going for, the family. Like I don't know, but when she talks, everything is basically, say they tell her say it from the heart. But here, we want to do a story. Savannah, will you do a story? That's how it starts. Hey, we're gonna plan to maybe do a story. Are you open to that? Yeah, I think I could do a story. Okay. Okay. Well, you just tell us what you want and whatever. It's all just, and then Savannah has her own people that are telling her what to say, how to act. And then the people in behind, they're talking to each other. So it's all planned. And then everybody knows Savannah's going to do that this morning. They have their stories ready. They're 9-to-5ers. They're ready. And nothing against 9-to-5ers. I'm just saying they do not fully are able to do investigative reports because they're just doing what the boss told them to. In most cases, I'm not saying all cases. I do have respect for all the real journalists out there, and some of them are frustrated. They can't tell stories they want because they got a boss. They got this executive producer that's been in the business for 25 years, and so now this executive producer, they act like they know everything. Well, maybe in 1990 you knew something, but we're in 2026, and some of these executive producers are way out of reality. You saw what happened at KVOA. You see these fake stories they put up. Oh, we're searching for solutions. That's what KVOA says. We're searching for solutions. Oh yeah. They're not. They're just trying to get ratings. They're not exposing any government officials. They're not doing any real stories on Sheriff Nanos because they're protecting them, in my opinion.
Handing down a significant ruling over religious.
Whoops. Didn't get the right one up. So we're going to go to more. Here's another one. So here's Fox News. Fox News this morning.
Some emotional new reactions to some new details about her mom Nancy's case. Federal sources confirming to Fox News that the second alleged ransom note tied to Nancy's disappearance did suggest that she died and was, quote, buried with nature. For more on this, we are joined by Josh Ritter. He's a Fox News contributor and former Los Angeles County Deputy District Attorney. He was also on the ground in Arizona during the aftermath of Nancy's disappearance. Josh, good morning to you.
Good morning.
So Savannah Guthrie was on the Today Show earlier this morning. You can just feel the pain in her voice. Take a listen to what she had to say.
We are in agony. We cannot be at peace. This is a moment to tell you that we need your help. We're begging for your help, and I'm not going to miss that opportunity. And so please, if you're
Sorry, I'm gonna pause it while we're watching this because I get Savannah, man. My heart watching this. You feel true emotion. Some people say fake tears. I think it's true emotion. I do. Obviously, everybody cries differently. Everybody's different. But here's the thing: where's Nanos with this same message? Does Nanos like that's his freaking job too? Where's Nanos? Where's Nanos saying this?
watching, no matter how small, the reward is there. You can tell us. It can be anonymous. Please do the right thing for us, for our family, for our children. And we love our mom, and we'll never stop looking for her. Never.
We will never stop looking for her, never. And we are going to echo that. But so let's put never stop, hashtag never stop in the comments. Never stop until we find answers. Main thing is we need justice. Hashtag never stop for Savannah. That is what it's going to happen as far as justice. Because here's the thing. We might not ever find Nancy. They might not ever find Nancy. But we need to find out who the hell did this. So I'm calling on Harvey Levin right now to release those ransom notes because I think if he did that, the public might be able to solve this. Release the ones you think are real only. Doesn't have to be all of them. Don't, whatever if you think that, if that second note is real, release it so we can find out. We can do a little bit of, there we go. Never give up. I like that one too. Never give up. Never stop or never give up. However, but that's it. She doesn't want us, but where's Nanos? He hasn't done, he pretty much gave up talking to the public because he doesn't have to, because he's a politician. That's exactly what he is. That's, oh, I don't want to act like these politicians and la. That's what you do, man. That's all you are. I mean, could you literally imagine you're the sheriff of one of the biggest counties in the United States, and you put on a Super Mario's Brothers costume? You do a whole just silly ass commercial. You're the sheriff. You're the sheriff. The mustache, the whole deal, and then you don't only do that, but you bring your wife along. And you do it in front of the Pima County Sheriff so all your employees can see you dressing up like a clown, essentially. And then you put balloons on the back of your car, your Corvette. You drive your Corvette so everybody can see. And then you drive away dressed up as Super Mario Brothers. Are you freaking joking? You're our sheriff? I'm embarrassed. And nothing against anybody who dresses up for Halloween. Like, I mean, if he did that at home, I would think that's funny and cool and wow, you're cool. But you literally dressed up as Super Mario Brothers and went to work? And you're the sheriff? Like, I mean, I'm not saying anybody can do, but it just looks so tacky. Maybe I'm feeling, I don't even know what the chat's saying, but maybe people say, hey, that's cool. He dressed up and went to work. He's the sheriff, though. These people, I mean, he's literally dressed up as a clown and went to work as the top dog sheriff in the county. Do you really need to do that? Could he just put on a cowboy hat and call it good? No, because his ego pushed it. Oh, this is going to really make everybody laugh. I'm going to go put on a silly outfit and go in front of all the deputies who are busting their ass, and I'm over here acting like a clown. I have to find the video. It was on Alex's channel last night. I've seen it before, and it is just, it's really hard to watch. If you guys have the video, send it to me. I'll play it. I'm feeling, yeah, I'll play that today.
Josh, I mean, Dana and I were talking about this earlier. I can only imagine just how agonizing it is to not have any closure. Is she dead? Is she alive? Is she being held somewhere? Is she scared? Does she know we're looking for her? Just give us your big picture thoughts.
No, you're absolutely right. It's the nightmare that just won't go away because they don't have any answers. And in fact, they're no closer to having any answers today than they were several weeks ago when she first went missing. Even with these new developments with this ransom note that we're now finding out that maybe it included information that in fact her mother had passed, we don't know whether or not to believe that. We're no closer, at least from the information that is public, on whether or not these ransom notes were at all legitimate. In fact, all the indications, at least from Savannah and her family, how they started to respond to these correspondence was that they didn't believe that they were legitimate. You remember at first they were speaking directly to would-be captors. And then later on, much of their discussions with the public through Instagram and other social media posts had to do with asking the public for help in finding her captors and not speaking to the captors directly. So that, to me, at least indicated that they may not have felt that these were legitimate even ever. Not that they discovered that perhaps these people had already done something horrible, but that these people never had her in the first place.
I guess, what would you say to people who have been following this case so closely? And, you know, everyone felt it was a bombshell when that doorbell ring video came out and you saw the guy there, and it felt like it was a matter of time until they catch this person. But here we are, months and months and months later, and this trail is just as cold as it gets.
I'm shocked, as I'm sure many people are. I thought that they would have this somebody in custody in short order, and the fact that we're still now several months out, and they've not even identified another suspect beyond those early arrests that they made. I still do believe that this is a wealth of information, that they were being able to retrieve this short piece of video is remarkable, that we have at least a general description of this person that we're looking for and other pieces of evidence that I'm sure they're trying to track down. I guess I would say to consider the amount of tips that they've received, the amount of information that they're still probably pouring through. I don't know if at this point you can call this case completely cold in the sense that they've run out of leads, but it is, like I said, just remarkable that we're at this point and we don't have an arrest or have located her.
Yeah, 20 weeks of no answers, just, again, agonizing for that family. Do want to ask you real quickly about the Tyler Robinson case, the accused Charlie.
All right, everybody, we are just doing a live reaction to the drive-by media. They decided, oh, we're going to cover the Nancy Guthrie. We don't want to cover the case anymore, so we're just going to do this piece because Savannah, we heard Savannah's going to do, she's going to actually finally talk about her mom on one of the segments. So everybody's ready. Everybody knew this was coming. Watch. CBS now. Look at this. She was ready to go. Oh, look at Gayle King. Right? Gayle King's ready to go with her Nancy Guthrie update all of a sudden.
This morning in the case of Nancy Guthrie, we all remember the story. The mother of Savannah Guthrie, co-anchor of the Today Show. Well, we know this too. Her mom is still missing. And for the first time, the disturbing contents of a second note that was sent to her family is being revealed. Jonathan Bigliotti's in Los Angeles with more on this story. Jonathan, good morning. We're still very worried about the case. I want to hear any update you have.
Yeah. And Gail, good morning to you. We've known for months about two notes sent to the Guthrie family in the days after Nancy Guthrie's abduction. The first one was a ransom note. It demanded money. The second note, we were asked by officials not to report on until now.
This is the only way.
Oh, they were not asked
For
to.
the
Wait a
first
minute.
time, CBS News is revealing the contents of a note Savannah Guthrie referenced in this video.
Okay, there's the proof right there. I gotta check the comments now. There's the proof. There's the proof. They all. Oh, Adrian sent the video. Nice. We gotta listen to that. Watch that. That's he. So basically, he just gave away the whole thing right there. Watch what he says in this video. Until now, we weren't previously known. They're going to do this during election time, too. They want this story buried before election. Watch what he says. Until previously we couldn't report. Now we can report, and everybody can report this. Is there any more real damn news going on? We're the news. They want to do hit pieces on us. That's their news. And then they when we think they're going to actually do something, it's a bunch of fake, contrived stories.
Details this morning in the case of Nancy Guthrie. We all remember the story. The mother of Savannah Guthrie, co-anchor of the Today Show. Well, we know this too. Her mom is still missing. And for the first time, the disturbing contents of a second note that was sent to her family is being revealed. Jonathan Bigliotti is in Los Angeles with more on this story. Jonathan, good morning. We're still very worried about the case. I want to hear any update you have.
Yeah. And Gail, good morning to you. We've known for months about two notes sent to the Guthrie family in the days after Nancy Guthrie's abduction. The first one was a ransom note. It demanded.
How long do you think he sat in that chair preparing to say what he's going to say? Okay, this is what I got to say. Okay. Let me just go down. Who have you ever been out here, Gigliotti? Have you ever come out to actually do any investigation?
Money. The second note we were asked by officials not to report on until now.
They were asked to not report on. Who are these officials that are asking you not to report on it? And now all of a sudden everybody can report on it? Because they want you to buy the narrative that Nancy's not here, so just move on. If they don't cover it, oh well. Welcome to American media.
Only way we will have peace.
For the first time, CBS News is revealing the contents of a note Savannah Guthrie referenced in this video recorded February 7th, just days after her mother, Nancy Guthrie, was abducted.
We received your message and we understand.
Sources tell CBS News the note, believed to have come from the alleged abductor, claimed Nancy Guthrie was dead.
We beg you now to return our mother to us.
The message was the second of two notes sent to the family in the first week following Nancy Guthrie's abduction on February 1st. The first note was sent one day after a doorbell camera captured this masked man appearing to tamper with the camera in the moments before Guthrie vanished.
We will accept it.
It demanded millions of dollars in cryptocurrency in exchange for Nancy Guthrie's safe return. The Guthrie family responded, initially hopeful she was alive. Instead, that second message arrived. The family took both notes seriously because they were written in the same language and style and came from the same computer address, according to several sources. Investigators are treating both notes as credible and are still working to determine who sent them. In the weeks that followed, video messages from the Guthries that once spoke of Nancy's safe return shifted in tone.
We are offering a family reward of up to $1 million for any information that leads us to her recovery.
And it's been 142 days since Nancy Guthrie disappeared. Not a single tip has led to her or her abductor. As for the DNA recovered from her home, the crime scene, it is still being analyzed and tested. And Matt, so far there have been no positive hits.
Jonathan, thank you. It's just a crushing story.
Matt,
We are so upset about
crushing
this.
is a word. I'm still stunned by this. The fact that they have video of somebody at the house, because you know somebody knows something. And it's heartbreaking to me that nobody has come forward to do the right thing here.
Well, why don't you question? Come out here, Gail King. Come out to Tucson and go try to get an interview with Nanos. They care so much. They care so much about Nancy Guthrie. Come out. Go put in. You could probably get an interview better than anyone, Gail. And I mean, I'm not being mean to Gail. So anybody who's fans of Gail, I'm just saying it's really frustrating because I don't want anybody who's fans of these people. And now I'm not being mean. I'm just it's annoying. Is she out here doing a special report this week in front of the house on YouTubers that were, trying to just keep the story alive? Or is she doing a story on Nancy from the front yard? No, it's all basically what we're seeing is contrived media, fake media. They're all in conjunction with each other. Nothing new. Eventually, they're just going to keep losing more and more viewers. They might get views, but they're not going to get viewers. There's a difference. Views are people that just literally, they might watch, they scroll by. Viewers are people who actually stay and watch. And they're going to get less and less because people are bored watch. It's annoying to watch. They're going to leave and they're going to go to their $1 million mansions and they're not going to give a damn about where Nancy is or who kidnapped Nancy. And I'm sorry if I'm being feisty tonight. I know some people said I'm being feisty. I'm being mean. I'm not being mean. Trying not to be. I'm just being critical, which that's what the public has every right to do. When you see something so obvious, Indy, I'm not trying to be mean though. I promise you. It's annoying. These are serious subjects and they just play it off like it's just another thing to read off the teleprompter. I hope they don't think I'm being mean. I'm not trying to be mean to them. Exactly. Yeah, exactly. They're right. All kinds of articles this last week's about us. Yeah, the truth. Yeah, exactly. The truth hurts. And it's really just standing up for when they want to write hit pieces about us and we're actually, putting out stories that, mean something. You watch Chris McDonough, he went out to the Splinter. It might not be something, but at least maybe the people will talk. Maybe we'll be able to get an interview with Annie's friend. Maybe she knows something. But everything, it's this controlled silence, and it has to do with the highest level of government here in Pima County. It's all about controlling the narrative. And now, hey, if we can get charges on these people, we can make them look bad. That's what they're doing. And then I get people, you need to call this lawyer. Okay, so I call the lawyer. Let me get his name too. Mark Resnick. I guess is that his name? No, that's not it. What was his name? I'll get his name. Let me pull it up. Mark Randazza. Mark Randazza. Have you ever heard of this guy? So basically, yeah, they don't, of course, you just get passed to like one of the staff guys who answers the door, who gave great information, but you got to pay $2,500 to have a initial, like, that's not even the retainer. That's just to meet with the guy for 1 hour. And then they get to decide if they want to accept the case and blah, 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 and blah. So, as much as it's like people have our backs and everybody's for us, there's no lawyers that are jumping through some hoops. I mean, we do have some that we're reaching out to, but for the civil rights, we need representation from somebody who isn't just, they can partner with our local lawyers if we find someone local, because you want to have a local who knows the laws, who knows, and then also somebody who's national, from what I heard. So you can have a team, but they're not cheap just to have a meeting. So yeah, if you know anybody that's in that field, obviously there's some here locally. We're still throwing some things around as far as where to go, what to do, waiting to talk to some people, get advice, but I don't want to bring too much about it. Oh, you got the email. Good. I need that email. I need something funny. I need something funny right now. Dang it, it won't open. It says could. See if I can open it. Seeing if I can play it here for you guys. 1 second. All right, it'll be a minute till I pull that up. But welcome in. No trash talking. No trash talking, please. We love all our YouTubers. Please, no trash talking. See if I can get this video in here. I don't know. I'm having trouble. It's to figure out how to play it. It's in my media files, so I gotta move it somehow. Add to figure it out later. I can't play. If there's like a link, maybe I'll just pull up Alex's video. I'll just pull up Alex's video from yesterday. But shout out to Criminal Network. He obviously hit the goal as well. I'm just going to pull it up from yesterday. His video, he was going over it. It's hilarious. And I'm not trying to be being the sheriff Nanos. I'm just trying to make a point. It's silly, especially with we know your track record and then it's just I don't know how to explain it. Silly. I found it. Kind of in slow motion here today with the channel moving things around, but here we go. This is Sheriff Nanos. This is from Criminal Network. Go give him a follow. Here's the link. Shout out to Alex. There's the link. And we're going to watch. This is Mario Brothers Nanos. Get it, Nanos. Mario Brothers. Do, do, do.
Because how does he say 40 years? And then on the other thing, he said 50 years. And now that we know that he was forced to resign, I don't know why I saved this. Oh, that was it. Good. That's all we wanted to see, really. Need to find another one. These are all short.
Yesenia, can you have this to me by the 28th?
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
That's all right. Right.
What is this? I can't see a thing. Well, maybe I'll just go down there and investigate it myself. Wow, where am I? This doesn't look like Pima County.
Yes, everybody, this is real. I know you guys are shocked. This is an actual sheriff of one of the biggest counties in America. And nothing against Halloween and dressing up. I do it too. I just don't do it going to work. I mean, maybe places allow it, but I mean, you're the damn sheriff. And I get having fun. Maybe the wife said, hey, I got you this. But come on, man. So we got to watch this from the start. Check. Let me know, one, if you've seen this, two, if you haven't. I know a lot of people have seen this. And I'm trying to not be mean. I'm just expressing my opinion. It's weird. Like he really got into this. Like how many hours, how much money of our taxpayer dollars cost to make this silly video? Like does it really change anything? What was the point? It's weird.
These are all short.
Yesenia, can you have this to me by the 28th?
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
That's all right. Right.
What is this? I can't see a thing. Well, maybe I'll just go down there and investigate it myself.
Oh my God.
Wow, where am I? This doesn't look like Pima County. Man, I better get...
Guys, he's been wanting to be famous for a very long time and in different ways. But I want to remind everybody, I don't do AI videos. This right here is all from the fucking Pima County website. So that's really is this ass clown thinking he's Manos, Mario. Get the fuck in. Putazo.
I'm going to be late for trunk or treat.
He literally had to run in place to make this happen, guys. Okay, Chris. You got your outfit. We need you to run in place. Can you imagine them producing this video? And you got people outside smoking the fent, robbing people, and he's in here making videos like this. I could see making a video, but I mean, are you serious? Hey, Nanos, run in place.
Wow, I can't pass this one up.
Well, it looks like he has a pretty good golf swing, so he's definitely hitting that golf course.
Yeah, it's a me, Nanos. All right.
All right, I got to check what the chat's saying on this deal. Have you guys seen this video? Yeah, this is our sheriff, Heidi. This is our literal sheriff right now in Pima County. I'm not kidding. Yeah, it physically hurts to watch this. I know. We might have to watch it again. That's how much. It's almost like I hate to laugh, but it's horrible.
All right, focus.
It gets even worse. Like you would think, okay, cut. It's you good. We're good. No, let's keep it going. Let's keep it going because we only got. This is only a couple minutes into it, or 30 seconds. Let's go.
Vamos.
Wow, what is that?
Oh my gosh, can you imagine?
A flashlight? Hey, that reminds me. If you or your family are going to be dressing up this Halloween, make sure you use one of these or at
And a backpack and a signal jammer.
least a glow stick so drivers can see you. And always use a
Glow stick. I had cones.
crosswalk. If you're driving, remember to slow down and
Yeah, I wish they would have told some of those cars to fucking slow down.
And have you ever seen Nanos driving? There's a video of Nanos not too long ago. He literally crossed over yellow lines, going like 80, 90 miles an hour right down here. It's all on video.
look out for
I guess he does that all the time. It's nothing new. Nanos has his own rules.
those little ones. I wonder what this one does.
Imagine how that conversation goes. Okay, Nanos, we need you to jump so we can act like you hit the little question mark in the game. Jump, Nanos, jump. Jump, Nanos, jump.
Halloween candy. If you're looking for a safe place to take your little ones to trick or treat this year, the
Take them to his house.
Pima County Sheriff's Department is putting on our annual trunk or treat event. It's at the Keno Main Complex on Saturday, October.
This was only done 2 years ago, folks. This wasn't some old video we're pulling up. This is literally silliness from 2 years ago.
28th from 4:30 to 7:30 p.m. That's where I'm headed. I better get back to the office.
I've heard him say that Keno Complex a lot of times. I actually go there when my daughter has
Oh
gone there.
my gosh.
Well, this is starting to look more like home. Well, here goes nothing. Wow, that was like a whole nother world.
Yeah,
Can you guys believe this? The interview room's coming on. Good. Nice. I'm going to be taking a watch. Actually, I might go watch it here in a minute. That's awesome. Yeah, we're the big reveal tonight for the interview room. And thank you, Mary Lou. She said, "You're not being mean. You're just being real." I'm trying to be just real. I'm really not trying to be mean. It's silly. This video is real silly, but it wouldn't be a big deal if it was anybody else besides the damn sheriff. But this would be the last person I would be wanting to do this video, especially with his track record. Wow.
real one.
Watch,
This
it gets
will have
worse.
to do.
It gets worse. Watch this.
Oh man, I better get down there. My wife's waiting.
Oh, his wife's waiting. Look at this. Here he goes. Look, they had balloons on the make sure they had it on the car. They're in front of the sheriff's office so everybody can see the head sheriff acting like a clown, essentially. Look at this. There's his wife, ready, waiting in the car.
How did you know?
I always do.
Well, let's go then.
Okay.
Have a fun Halloween and stay safe, Pima County.
I'd write him a ticket for the balloons. You can't just have shit hanging off your fucking car like that. Idiot. Not in my jurisdiction. You'd be pulled over right there. You know, so cut those balloons off, motherfucker.
And then they even put the game over at the end. Wow. That's real. That is real stuff right there. Thank you. 231. Appreciate the super. Yeah, what a clown show. The word blowing on embers of hope. Yeah. That could be it. She got cremated, maybe. Truth Sleuth. Good. Good spot. Chris's show is supposed to start. Adrian, thank you. I needed a small laugh today. Thanks. Take care. Thank you, Adrian, for your support. Always helping. And go follow her ex. Adrian, just type in Adrian. I think it's the same way it's spelled. And thank you again. Always supporting. I appreciate it. It's making me leave. Oh no. Don't leave. Yeah, it's silly. Boomer. Boomer, welcome in, Boomer. He even says he knows. Could you imagine? Boomer would never do that. I mean, I could see maybe wearing a cowboy hat, right, Boomer, for Halloween, right? Okay, you can get a cowboy hat. Maybe you wear a baseball hat that day that has your, a jersey or I don't know, something. But he literally dressed up in the full get out and balloons and everything. How much money you think they cost? That cost taxpayers, Boomer. Welcome in, Boomer. Everybody go over and follow. I see you're growing your channel, which is amazing. I remember I went over and I found your channel. It's a great story. And Boomer Investigates. He only had 515 subscribers. And I was watching his video. I'm like, why does he only have 500? So we started sharing them that night. We got him up to 1,100. Now, guess where he's at today, guys? 3,000, I believe, if I got that correct. Is that 3,000? 3,130. So he went from 515. Now he's at 3,130. Here's the link to Boomer. Go give him a follow. Let's keep it going. No, Boomer is not Nanos. Boomer is I wish maybe we can talk Boomer to come and get a retirement home out here in Arizona and run for sheriff. We'll crowdfund Boomer to rent a house out here for a couple of years and run for sheriff and take out Nanos. I'd vote for Boomer. I don't know if you can handle the heat though, Boomer. It's hot out here, but we would vote for you. And everybody, go give a sub up. That's a great story. Just finding your channel, and then now, I've been watching all your videos, and just I love your outlook and your experience. So thank you, Boomer Investigates. So the next one everybody was wanting to go over was the Megyn Kelly. Sorry about that. Little technical difficulty. All right, we're gonna jump over here.
DNA sample.
This is surviving the survivor. He's got a bunch of he's got 226,000 subscribers. He's really doing a great job. So here's his link. We're gonna watch this. Thank you. Oh, thank you so much, Michelle, Adrian. Thank you, Michelle. I appreciate that. That is nice. So we're gonna watch this. This is Nancy Guthrie ransom letters alleges gruesome details and Mexican volunteers. Now this was just made one day ago, so this isn't old news. They also do talk about the make sure this is it. So Boomer, you're gonna like this because they do talk about the Derek Colella. Lots of people want to talk about the Derek Colella connection. He's got his court date coming up. So I'm gonna let this play out, but I put the link. This is Surviving the Survivor in true crime. This is where they talk about forensic evidence and the DNA, and then they're going to go talk about the forensic genealogy, and then they're going to jump into the case of the second ransom note, and then I will be right back at that point. I just got to run into the other room. So everybody give a follow. I just put the link, and here we go. This is Surviving the Survivor. A nice panel. We got a great panel up.
IP address had been spoofed where it came
kind of loud. I'm going to turn it down a little bit.
From somewhere else. You know, it takes time on that end. They're going to work the lead just because, you know, and I say this because unfortunately when it comes to media tends to hyper actively say we're doing nothing right, we're doing nothing wrong. We're doing what we can with what they have. And that's what the detectives were doing. They didn't just say, oh, we have a lead and just throw it to the side. They worked that lead to what they could. You know, we don't give out info. We don't give ransom money for $4 million. People are going, well, they should have given them something. What were you getting out of it? That lead they have to show that they have some intimate knowledge on Nancy at the time of that abduction. They're working it. They work it to what they can. And I say this at the time, we have the location, the only place we know that the perpetrators or perpetrator was with Nancy was at that house. DNA is on scenes. We know about that. You know, when you go into a location, you leave something behind. Based on the information that we have from the video, from that video still, that person avoided or persons avoided the opportunity for DNA to be there. Is there DNA on the scene? Yes, but DNA doesn't raise its hand and go, I'm here, DNA, pick me up. I'm here, DNA. You have to find it. That's what it comes down to. Was there ability to find anything signs of a struggle and able to get contact DNA, recover that? And again, it takes time. You don't always get an absolute match or hit when it comes to DNA. You get sometimes mixed results where you can't determine anybody. So that also takes a longer time to do. So we don't know what was recovered from the scene. We have a ransom note that is a valid ransom note based on the information you have. But here it comes again. What can you do with that information? You work on the IP address, the validity of the note. You know, then they try to work on that Bitcoin thing by putting money into the system. People, you know, you could always Monday morning quarterback, but what the detectives did is what they could do at the time of the information coming into them.
A very important question. Someone asked if your cat has just one eye, and I know you've addressed that before, David. The answer?
Yes, it is Mo Green, named for the Godfather. You know, we all know Mo Green was shot in the eye. It was personal. It was not business, as as Hyman Roth said.
Yeah. So we're answering the question. Yes, it is a one-eyed cat, but we love this cat, Mo Green, regardless. Let me go back the other way here. Cloyd, even if DNA came back, you won't hear about it. Do you agree, before you answer that, lest you think we're not a global phenomenon, South Australia is here. But I mean, what about that? I mean, the FBI, they are notoriously tight-lipped. So even if there is some sort of DNA, wrong acronym, but if there is some sort of DNA hit, would we even know about that, Cloyd?
No, we wouldn't, and we shouldn't. Until you're ready to make an arrest. That all stuff. It all happens below the surface, and it does take time. And if there is foreign DNA found at the scene and they found it and identified it, like you said, then if it's not in CODIS, the combined DNA index system, then you have to do genealogy, and that can take months because you're basically tracking birth and death records and finding relatives, presuming that somebody close enough in family has done a 23andMe or one of those home DNA tests, so it's they even get someone to start with. They have to have a starting point. You have to have, they score those, and you have to have, I don't remember what it was, a 3 or 4 score before it's viable, and then the genealogist starts from there and starts working down the genealogy until they get it down to 1 or 2 people. Then you have to go get those people and get a DNA sample either voluntarily or surreptitiously. So those things all take time.
Yeah.
And
I mean, that's the Golden State Killer. That's Brian Koberger. They're starting to use that quite a bit. So that's interesting. Here's something else that's interesting. Let me take an impromptu SCS poll. The trial for Derek Colella. He's the man charged with transmitting a fake ransom note to the family of Nancy Guthrie. He's scheduled to begin his trial.
Here we go, Boomer.
June 23rd.
Watch this.
This month at a federal courthouse in Tucson, Arizona. Bob Krieger, is this really going to go to a trial? And my question is, should I go to Tucson where I could finally meet Bob and Kurt Dabb, who couldn't come on the show tonight for other reasons?
Let's go. Come on out.
Cover this. Is this something you guys are interested in? Bob, is this really going to go to trial?
Come out for the Nancy Guthrie case. Don't just come out for that, guy. Come on. Come on out. Give me a call.
I can't imagine it'll actually go to trial. That's just my gut. But to answer your second question, absolutely you should come to Tucson. We got you got to make up for lost time from being here, and we got things to discuss.
That's Bob.
100%. I mean,
that's Bob.
Bob. I mean, it's a high profile case, but they're going to put this guy on.
Let me know if you guys remember Bob. Boomer, Bob, this guy Bob, he used to work for Pima County Sheriff. He got kind of forced out, but he used to be a SWAT. The guy in the top right corner, he's a local Tucson guy. I met him many times, a couple of times out here. He would come out to the scene and he does not like nanos. This guy, I mean, I actually think this guy in the top right, he actually should run for sheriff. I asked him, why don't you run for sheriff? Bob. Kathleen remembers Bob. We might have to go back and watch this full thing with Bob because I didn't even realize Bob was in this. He doesn't normally wear glasses, and he just looks different on film. Yeah, Bob. What's his last name? I'll get his last name, but if you ever come out here, Boomer, he would be a good guy to talk to as far as the law enforcement. But here we go. They're talking about the case of Derek Colella.
Trial in a federal court. Isn't there going to be some kind of plea deal cut before June 23rd?
I would assume so. I hadn't heard that. That's an incredibly fast turnaround also for a trial. If he was just arrested that first couple of weeks of February, to have a trial popping off in June at the federal level, it might be, I would imagine, if someone says a trial, it's a trial, but I would guess it's some kind of pre-trial hearing, a conference of some sort, something like that. But if it goes, man, you've got open invites. You know that.
Yeah, but I read the same thing.
June 23rd is tomorrow, so you better.
Oh, I forgot about that. Is that really? Oh, that's a good point. You know what? I thought it was May. It's actually tomorrow's June. That's a minor detail. So I guess we'll know very quickly whether it's going to trial. I guess I'm not going to get out for that trial then. It's so funny how quickly you lose track of time. Tucson does not want you YouTubers there. Don't worry. I'm not like the rest. I sit in a hotel room with air conditioning in front of my computer.
Do you just take a dig at YouTubers? He just sits in his hotel in front of his computer. Wow. At least he's honest.
I'll be out there. I was out there reporting in that heat a lot. But Bob, let me get, so here's the other. So now we're building up.
I'd say he kind of looks familiar, but I think he was more in his hotel because he doesn't look familiar. Bob looks familiar, but he doesn't.
To why there's controversy today. So February 4th, there's another. Before I get there, let me ask you, Bob, because this is interesting. Someone said it wasn't an email. It was through a media website tip line. What do you know if that is the case? And if so, Bob Krieger, how is a media website tip line, them communicating through that, different than, I guess, an other source of communication? I would assume they could track it through there.
Yeah, from what I heard, it was an email. Whether it came through, if it was a media website, tracking area, you still have to put in information. There's still going to be trackable by IP addresses. A little bit different way of tracking it, but it's still going to go essentially that way. I had heard about this email. I had heard early on what it said, but also heard it was a direct email, and one of those that it may have gone to multiple outlets, but it did go to the investigators, from what I understood early on.
Yeah. So David, just kind of building up this timeline. So we're talking basically this first ransom note comes like within a day or 2 days. Then another message, which is not really being described as a ransom note, arrives another day or so later, February 4th or 5th. And the communications are continuing. And now the demand increases from $4 million to $6 million. So there is a $2 million increase here. And the communications imply that Nancy is alive and well. And apparently it's still being treated publicly as a kidnapping for ransom case. So what do you make here? And the next ransom note is where we run into some conflict, which I'm going to get to. But what do you make of this price increase? Okay, so first we want $4 million, and now we want $6 million. And now it's appearing that at least the first ransom note is much more legit, right?
All right, so I'm gonna address. We got a couple real trolls here that literally have no concept of obviously my channel. They probably just started following and now they're jumping on. Oh, let's go troll in some accounts. You're only making yourself look bad, buddy. Okay? If you just took one look at what my channel, if you even took one chance to get to know me other than you coming in people's chats trying to cause problems, and then you see you're actually the problem. You think you're so tough over there doing all your, oh, I'm going to go into a chat and you know what? It's shame on you guys. Because it's not all about Savannah. It's also about the community who has a person that was kidnapped and the sheriff is not doing anything. And so what happens is when you're drive-by media, I'm sure your fans, CNN probably, I bet your favorite reporter is Anderson Cooper, right? But these people who come into these chats trying to you guys are the bottom feeders. I'm telling you that right now. Because you're not adding anything to but negativity. So the main thing is if you want to go study my page, go over to my Facebook page. But don't come into my chat and think you're going to try to, stir it up. Because you know what? You're the only person that's making yourself look bad. We all see it. It's immature. I don't know why you guys do it. It makes no sense. You could spend all that time advocating for someone missing in your area. If you've been following my page, I have many people that I've advocated before Nancy that went missing. We were up on the mountains with drones. But you know what? You jump right on the troll bandwagon, and you think you're gonna make yourself feel good today by going into my chat and spreading your bullshit, and it gets old. So grow up, or just go find somewhere else. Go watch SpongeBob. But get your drama away from me. We don't want it. We don't need it. We don't. It has no place in here. We're trying to help bring answers for victims, not just Nancy. You can go to my chat, and I have another video. Why don't you go watch that since you're all fired up on Holly Dasso? But instead, you're gonna come in here and you're gonna follow your little tweets and then come in here and think that you're big and bad. Well, you're just making yourself look like an immature idiot.
And then you got this clown who's apparently going on trial tomorrow. So you don't know fact from fiction here, which is what we said off the top. But at least this first note, they had enough information that it appeared legit, and now they're asking to go from $4 to $6 million. Now that we've had 142 days, what do you make of that development?
Well, that could have been just an increase because the chance that she was either, we're dealing with individuals who are either very fortunate and getting away with this right now and have the ability to use somehow spoof this thing. We've focused on these emails. The reality is this. Okay, if we have them legit, where do we go from there? Where do we get, now we have these legitimate emails, they've raised the $6 million. Does that show desperation upon their part? Or is because the media push was so high, they decided to up the ante? We can't speculate that. We know it. We see to be that these notes are from the same or similar IP address, which means they could have been floated from different locations. We don't know, but that takes time to find out. It doesn't happen right away. And any of these, even in an exigent circumstance, we don't always get able to get the information right away. Yeah. So you're working that lead as you can, and you don't pay the ransom. That's just how it is. I mean, the reality is that in many cases, if the family is going to want to pay the ransom, the police walk away and say, go do what you want to do. It's on your own. I don't know who made decisions on the idea of the Bitcoin account and putting money into. We don't know. There is leadership, which will then kind of push down to the rank and file, to the investigators, of what they want them to do. And sometimes does that go against what the investigator wants to be done? I work with bosses, I tell them, do you want it done? You want it done right. And, you can have that issue. You can have pushback. We don't know what the decisions were made on those notes, whether to pursue them further, to give the ransom, to say no. We don't know who made those decisions, on what level they were at.
Thank you. Cloyd, back to you. Detective Cloyd Steiger, former homicide detective in Seattle.
And whoever's ordering Domino's pizza to my house, it's seriously getting old. I mean, this is like shit people did in high school. I mean, come on. Stop ordering. It's getting old.
Just back to this clown for a minute, who may or may not be going on trial tomorrow, named Derek Colella, who apparently called in a fake, ransom note, or however he emailed it in. With a situation going on where you've got allegedly at least one real ransom note, maybe two, I imagine they have shook this guy up and down 6 ways from Sunday. I mean, what do they do with this guy in terms of questioning to make sure that he was never attached to anybody potentially involved in this? And a huge thanks to Judy Herbert, who continues to be incredibly generous. But what are they doing with this guy who apparently seems benign, but wrote a fake letter?
Well, any high-profile case like this, you're going to get a bunch of climbers on that try to scam the system, and he may not be the only one. And I'm sure they were pretty convinced after looking into him, he wasn't involved in this directly. He's just some scammer nut or whatever, and so they're just treating that as that. So I don't know what they found out about him. I mean, maybe they saw that he was clear across the country and he was never in Arizona. I don't know, and he just.
Cloyd, let me ask you this. I mean, just from your perspective, let's say you were the lead investigator on this, and I'm sure you've had very high profile cases in your own right, being in Seattle. What's it like for all this, outside quarterbacking 142 days later now? You got us talking about it, many others talking about it, and you're the one investigating. How difficult or frustrating is it for that team of detectives in Pima County?
Well, the first thing is, if you're a detective involved in the nuts and bolts of this case, don't read any of this crap. Don't watch all this stuff. Just keep your nose to the grindstone and obey it. And I want to hit on something David said about high-profile cases and the chiefs and bosses releasing information. I had several really high-profile cases where I would have to have a meeting with bureau chiefs at the beginning, the very morning, and say what we're not going to talk about. And I would frequently say all the things we're not going to talk about. And then the chief would go down to the news conference and say exactly the stuff I said we're not going to talk about. Because, I mean, they're idiots. I mean, they're just whistle pushers. They're not cops. They're just, first of all, they're in their ego. And they think they know more because they're chiefs. And, they become chiefs because they can't do the job. And so, I don't have.
He just summed up Nanos. Basically, they have this saying in the corporate world, mess up and move up. And so basically when they can't fire people, when they can, they move them up even though they shouldn't. It's what happened. Nanos bullied his way up to the top. And this guy, Bob, on the right, he got pushed out of the department, early retirement. Does he look like he's young? He probably wants to still work. This guy right here, forced out by Nanos, early retirement. Sad. It's a sad story. If we can ever get that story, I'd like to have Bob on, but
They screw up more than anything. So but as a detective, you just gotta blank all that out. Don't pay attention to anything anybody's saying, and just do your job.
Bob Krieger, I imagine you agree with a lot of what Cloyd Steiger just said.
Absolutely. I've personally been involved with chiefs pushing information out that we asked them not to do. And, it never works out well. It just absolutely never works out well. And, you saw at the start of this how poorly it went as far as the information exchange. And I don't think it affected the investigation at all at the worker bee level. But from the folks outside looking in, you get unnecessary chatter because you don't want to watch, you don't want to listen, you don't want to hear, but you do. You hear little bits and pieces, and that's the thing when, as the investigator, you're working your tail off, and you're getting folks from around the country, around the world, saying, "Oh my God, these guys don't know what they're doing," and they truly do. And so it creates that outside chatter that doesn't need to be there, but it's always going to be there in some form or fashion.
Yeah. David Sarney, so moving ahead here, the Bitcoin deadline arrives on February 5th. Now, according to some reporting, much more recent than the early, days of this, what we learned or allegedly have learned is that investigators do not send the millions of dollars that's being requested. In fact, they send only about $152 in Bitcoin, which in investigator law enforcement parlance is sort of tickling the wire. They send a little bit of money, hoping that this wallet is touched, and then they can kind of jump on it. A lot of this comes from this guy, Howard Blum, who we're trying to get on the show tomorrow night. He's a very well-known investigative reporter. Again, he worked on the Brian Koberger case. He's worked on a lot of others. He's been in the business many, many years. So he's the one who's breaking some of this news that they quote unquote tickle the wire. And so when that sort of bubbled to the surface, there was a lot more heat back on Bob's old department saying, why the hell were they tickling the wire? Why weren't they getting the money from, the Guthries and then paying it back once they retrieved it, blah, blah, blah. Is it a mistake in retrospect that they only paid $152? Is it not a mistake? What are your thoughts?
Again, you had some information that they had that may have said that they were the ones involved with Nancy's abduction because they had information that no one really had. You don't pay ransoms. I mean, what it is we do.
Now here's the question. this is the question here. Let me see if we can get who's in the chat. We still got a couple people left in the chat. I know we got interview room on. I don't want to miss it either. So what we're gonna do is the question I have is, where is that? Listen to what he says here.
That they had that may have said that they were the ones involved with Nancy's abduction because they had information that no one really had. You don't pay ransoms. I mean,
You don't pay ransoms. Everybody knows that. If you're in the business of what these guys, the perp at the door, these guys aren't stupid. This isn't Mexico. We don't pay ransoms. So what, all of a sudden they think they're going to get away with a ransom when they know people don't pay ransoms? I mean, not maybe they do, but there's 90, I would say 90% of cases they don't pay them. From what I hear. Why would they think that they could get away with a ransom? I just can't buy the ransom. To me, it's a possibility, but to me, this might be a media they want everybody to buy that these things are real. Well, but prove that they're real. If they could prove to me that they are real, but right now, this is just, it's a bunch of made up stuff to me. We don't have any proof that these ransom notes are real. Maybe they think they're real. Well, tell us why. Why do you think they're real? You can't even trace the emails. You have all this information here. You guys need clues, but you got the clues, but you can't track anybody with it. So I don't know. Do you got just put one? We're going to do a poll. I'm going to do a poll.
I mean, what it is we do. I was in narcotics for about 8 years. You have flash money. You flash money. You're expecting to get it right back. They're putting 100. Remember, they first said it was like $300. Is Bitcoin traceable? It is. They wanted to see if the account was active or not. And apparently they didn't take the bite, which if you're asking for $6 million and you got 152, you're not touching it. So they could have felt that this is not the thing to do, and they left the money in there. It was an attempt to gain some sort of contact to see, is this a viable account that we can tie into that note? That's why they did what they did. It did not come out the way they expected it to be. I don't know why 152 was a number. Yeah, I mean, that's an unusually odd number to be doing. I mean, if you're looking at the millions of dollars, why not 1,000?
And for full disclosure, that is, from what I understand, that's coming from Howard Blum, who we are inviting on the show tomorrow. Hopefully he will accept.
All right, we got the poll. We got the poll up.
We don't know, but that's the number he put out there.
I'm going to watch it
he's
real
an excellent
closely.
Reporter. I mean, he digs deep, as far as I know. So, yeah, I mean,
I'm
I agree with you.
poll.
That is a very odd number.
So that means that if that's said to him as a reporter, that meant that information is being leaked to him. Because as far as I remember, I think they said it was $300 they put into the account. That was from my understanding, dealing with this case for as long as I've been involved working on this, or at least on the other side of it, not as a detective.
Wow.
But 152, where did they get the number from? So someone
exactly even almost.
That's the case. But it was just a way of seeing if it's active, and there was no bite. And now,
it's exactly
what do you do on that fact? You're still working the lead you have. Remember, people were looking for about 10,000 hours worth of investigative video. You were trying to get video for this. We don't even know what vehicle they left the scene from. And, I don't live in Arizona. I don't live in that area. It's dark. They had to have access. Apparently, as this investigation has gone forward, we've presumed that there was some sort of attempt prior to do a recon.
This poll is lighting up.
We had a video, or at least a still of someone
almost
similar in features that was there earlier in the month that went there. There's a lot of things. There are a lot of leads to go on, and as big as that task force is, there's only 24 hours in a day, 7 days a week, and you're trying to get all that information and tie it in. Those leads go everywhere, and everything has to be addressed. So every question that's out there, we have to answer. So they have 10,000 questions. We have 10,000 answers. So unfortunately, that's the way this case has been going. There's just been a flood of information. And the information they have was enough to try to get a bite, and they didn't get the
Almost 40 votes.
Yeah. Shout out to Aquarian.
Come on in,
Appreciate
Mav.
that,
Make a
David.
vote. What's
Become
your
a YouTube
vote?
member. Everyone, become a YouTube member. Be hip. Be cool. Have fun. Become a member. Why not? Button. Denise asked, well,
He's
why are
on
you
Turtle Island.
being shared now? And
Mav's wife is on Turtle Island. Congratulations.
Blum, who's tenacious. And here you've got, and that's what his reporting is. Is it 100% necessarily true or accurate? I don't know. He knows his sources, but could that number 152 mean something to Nancy?
Something real quick, everybody.
They took her. I mean, what do you make? It is a very odd number on a $4 to $6 million range that they're asking for, and now law enforcement puts in $152 to see if they'll nibble on that. I'm not a criminal. I don't think I would nibble on $152.
Probably not. It is an odd amount, and I don't know why they would put that amount in there unless there was a reason, or unless that fact is just not true. You'd think they just put a round number in there. I think they put like $1,000 in there, right? $1,000. They spend that in a minute.
All right, everybody, this is what we're doing. This is what's cool is as far as everybody, these great YouTubers are out, and then they bring on these experts, right? Like Bob, he actually used to work with Sheriff Nanos, the guy in the top right, except he got forced out. So I'm really looking at what Bob, we're kind of investigating what's going on here because Bob has some insight. And he only speaks to certain people. And for whatever reason, he's on this show for an hour. I mean, this is awesome. Shout out to Bob.
Minute. So
he's right here.
Is that enough to make the guy go, I'll take $1,000, try it. But 152, it's an odd number. And maybe it means something. I don't know, it could, but I'm thinking probably not.
Yeah. Bob, to you, you can weigh in on that as well. But Kelly and a bunch of other people, and since you're from the area, I've asked, I wonder if they're investigating the homeless encampment near her home. I mean, there's a lot of transients in Tucson. I mean, Bob, what are the chances that a transient out on their luck, is using a hefty bag to carry their, belongings around and is going to go and do this? But have they checked the encampments?
I'm sure they have. Now, I'm not familiar with any major encampments around near her house, but you get down near, River and First, River and Stone there. That's where some of our bigger camps pop up, which is, 20 minutes from there. But this was not a homeless person. This was not someone who was down on their luck.
And see, this is where when Bob talks, he worked the streets of Tucson. He knows, just like I do. I mean, he knows better than I do, actually. So I wish Bob, we need to try to get Bob on the show. I don't know if he'll come on the show. I don't know. We'll have to try, but shout out to Bob.
And Bob, correct me if I'm wrong, but guys like Aaron Cross, who's been on the show and is an excellent sergeant. I mean, the guys patrolling know some of these people who are in the encampments, and word gets around, right? It's not like they're living in a sealed vacuum, these people.
Absolutely. The folks know each other. The officers working the areas know them. They know what's going on. There was the Coral something or other who was wanted for kidnapping, who they ultimately arrested a few days ago, and they said it was close to Nancy's house, which was 7 miles away, so not real close. But that was transient untrained. That was homelessness on homelessness crime right there. Completely different than what's going on here with the scouting of the area weeks earlier, the preparation. You're not going to have a homeless person put a brand new Target or Walmart backpack on and jackets and things like that. And real quick on the Bitcoin, it probably started as 300 and went down to 152. If you follow Bitcoin, they put in a percentage of a Bitcoin. So it wasn't the dollar amount, it was a percentage. So that's why it changed.
That's great. That's why we have Bob Krieger on. Look at this, Allie and Callie. Hey, everyone. First time here so far. I love this channel. Love having you here, Allie and Callie. Hit that subscribe and like button and come back. And look at this. Thank you for the welcoming comment. We've got I always say best guest, better community. We do this Monday through Thursday. And if you're brave enough, Allie, tune in Well, not this Friday because my mom is not here this Friday, but Fridays it's a little wacky with my mom, the oldest true crime podcaster in America. But Krieger, let me come back to you because now we get into the controversy here. So now February 6th, keep in mind, the quote unquote abduction happens on the 1st. Now, 5 days later, according to Howard Blum, BLUM, he writes for Airmail. This story just landed over the weekend. So according to him, a new communication arrives on that date, February 6th. In it, there is an apology suggesting Nancy has died.
Are you guys believing this? Who's Howard? What did he say? Blum? Howard Blum? I mean, this is just getting weird. I mean, it already was, but now they're just announcing that they got an apology. Who apologizes in a kidnapping? I mean, are you joking me? Boomer, have you ever heard of this? Hey, sorry I did that, and you want to have dinner next week? I mean, come on. And they just mysteriously, all the media starts reporting. I mean, it's weird. Who planted this to make knowing that this was going to go by and all the media is going to cover it?
Indicating that her death may have been accidental or unintended, and discusses money in exchange for returning her remains. The ransom noter reportedly just says, and I quote, "We're sorry." Bob Krieger, your reaction to this? This is a big piece of news, and TMZ says not so fast, but go ahead.
What I will say is I heard that early on, around that time frame. So that is not brand new news to me, but I didn't have any sources or saw anything, so it wasn't something that I was going to even discuss. But I did hear that exact thing early on, to the point that it went down to a half of a Bitcoin. That's what they were then asking for information to where her body's at. And it would not surprise me. Again, you'd have to look at all these communications individually, look for writing styles, use of words, punctuation.
Bob, I was going to ask you, what about IP addresses? Like, I mean, don't they have to, because the person who wrote the note on the 2nd or 3rd, how did they know it's the same person now writing this "I'm sorry" note on the 6th?
Exactly. And even if you're spoofing IP addresses, you're not going to get the same one every time. So that's why you're looking deeper than just, all of those things that matter. And you're probably going to get a pretty good feel for note to note to note. If I wrote you 3 emails over 3 separate days and David wrote you 3 emails, you'd be able to tell the difference just in our writing styles. Things like that would pop up. So I imagine the investigators are pretty confident based on all of those things, whether they're coming from the same person, whether they're legitimate or not. And like I said, I heard that very early on as well, the exact same things that's coming out now. To perfectly honest, it would not surprise me. I've thought since very early on that Nancy probably died very quickly, whether it was while she was still in the house, and they just took her to.
All right, let's check the poll. Where are we at in the poll? Where'd the poll go? I don't know. I can't find the poll now. The poll has disappeared. Dang it. Where'd the poll go? All right, let me check my phone. I can't see the poll on the computer for some reason. It's gone? What the heck? Thank you, Mab. Appreciate that. Jeez, that's weird. The poll vanished. How long ago? Okay, Mab sees the poll. Mab says he sees the poll. What are we at? It's at the bottom, kind of in the comments. Let me check. Because, yeah, I'm not. I don't think it would disappear. I've never had it disappear, so that would be odd. Yeah, no poll. So I don't know what it is. What are we at? Who's winning the poll? What does the poll say? Can you guys see the results? For some reason I don't see it on my end. You refresh the screen maybe. Maybe a refresh will do. Oh, there it is. A refresh. That did it. All right, so we got, are the ransom notes real or fake? 83 votes. And we got, whoa. It was we're at 30. We got a tie. We have a tie. 36% says it's real. 36 says fake. And 29% says undecided. Big metal band here tonight practicing at mom's house. Whoa. I didn't know you were in a metal band. Wow. I had no idea you were in a band. It's a tie. Real is now above 37%. Yeah, I mean, it's kind of interesting that it's so split. Because I've run this poll about 5 times over the last 5 months. And after the ransom notes came out, it was like 90% said fake. So obviously the public opinion is moving more to the real. Now, to me, it could be that they just want us to think that they're real, because I don't have any proof that these damn things are real other than people just going, oh, I saw these notes. And unless Nanos comes out, which I mean, I have a hard time believing him anyway, but unless the FBI and Nanos come out together, right? But to me, this is an American security problem. If somebody can do this and they can't be traced. I know we all want our rights and everything, but if this was a highly decorated somebody and Nancy, someone at that level, but even higher, and then we just have nothing, like, I don't want to say who other people, like it could be, but just think of other people that this could happen, or their family member. And so to me, this is a national security threat. If someone can come into an American city, kidnap a very high prestigious person, send emails, send multiple emails, and we can't find them. I mean, it's almost out of like a movie. So I don't know. Let me know. Do you think it's a national security threat that we can't track someone who did this? What if it was a terrorist operation from another country? I don't know. Let me check the chat. It's an interesting question, I think. Can't see the poll either. Yeah, I don't know. Some people maybe can and can't. So what we'll do is we're gonna finish watching this, and I think to see the poll, close the chat. Oh yeah, refresh the screen and it should come up. I think it's weird. It's a topic on the news after Richard has talked on. Yeah, it's weird. Well, they can't tell us about Butler, Pennsylvania, and that kid. Yeah. And that's where, I mean, to me, that's a big problem. To me, somebody who's going to do this and get away with it, then it seems like a lot of high profile people could be possibly at risk because you don't think other countries are watching what's going on. They are. Your son has 2 bands. He uses your basement. Oh my gosh. Wow. Oh my gosh. I bet that's nice fun. You got lots of bandmates or band people coming over. That's great. But I don't know. I don't know what they could do to solve it. I mean, so when you think of this, having them access to send the emails and not be identified, is that just how the US government's just accepting that? Oh well, if they do that, we won't be able to find them. Oh well. Does that make any sense? That doesn't seem like a good strategy to keep a country safe and the citizens. We don't want mass surveillance, but I don't want, some, other celebrity family to be targeted. Now they're sending emails, every other hour. Hey, I got her. You can't follow me. So here's another email. Hey, oops, she died. This is weird. No one's talking about the main point of this. Okay, they sent the emails. Why can't you track them? What are you going to do to stop this in the future? I don't know. It's just, I understand it's everybody just kind of, we're like, the stories come up and we just follow, but nobody's thinking outside the box as far as, well, why can't you discover who sent these emails? They can track emails, phones. I don't know. You would think they would, but we're getting emails out the ears. TMZ, I get an email when this case first happened. And now we got nothing. There's no stories being, hey, is Tucson safe? Where's the investigative reporters hitting the streets? Finding out, well, if this happened in Tucson, why? Why would it happen in Tucson, number one? I don't know. So we're going to get back to this. This is the Bob. This is, I put it on this screen. He's got hundreds of thousands of subscribers.
Keep evidence with them, or very quickly. There's so many other reasons when an old person is bound, someone elderly, someone in poor health, if they're bound and then lay down, they're probably not going to survive it for a few minutes. People don't realize that if they lay her down in the backseat of a car and they drive away with her, by the time they get anywhere, she's probably going to be dead. Just that is the facts of aging and people in poor health. And I've seen it. I'm sure Dave has seen it. Cloyd has seen it. And people, bad guys, they don't think about that. They tie her up, put her in somewhere, and move on. So all of these things, there's a legitimacy to them all. And going back to the investigators, I'm certain that they did all they could to track down who was sending them, where they were coming from, and still, if they didn't track it down, then that is something that they're still working on to this day, because you do have to work with the ISPs, the providers, all of that. You can get all the subpoenas you want, but you still have to get the information from those folks. And sometimes it's not very easy.
Yeah. By the way, a little more news on our guy here. Bob Colella has a hearing now, July 2nd. He changed his plea to guilty, received a deal of some sort. I didn't think this was going to go to a trial, so maybe we'll send Bob down to the courthouse.
I was going to say, I'll do my first cub reporting for you. I'll do my Jimmy Olsen stick and shoot over there.
I would love it. Just don't bring your sniper rifle. It might scare him a little bit. Cloyd Steiger, to you, retired homicide detective out of Seattle. I mean, what is your move in real time if you get this note 5 days after the fact and they say that they are now, the quote, direct quote is, "We're sorry," and suggesting obviously that Nancy is no longer with us, discussing money in return now for her remains. And you heard Bob, who's in that world in Pima County where Tucson is, saying that he had heard very similar things. What do you do in real time with a note like that?
Well, the only thing you can do is the same stuff you did with the ransom notes. Although that rings a little true to me, because I thought when this first happened that she wasn't alive within a couple of days of it happening. And it does happen like that. And I believe they did not intend to kill her, but she just died, like Bob said, that happens. And so maybe they just say, let's see what we can get. We can get your proof of life, but we'll give you your body for whatever. So you just got to do the same as everything else. You're not going to give them the half a bit. That's a lot of money. Half a Bitcoin's a lot of money. So to just do it, but you're going to try to track them down again, see if it's the same. You can tell from the syntax and everything, and some information. Maybe they had some kind of a code word they decided to put in there to show it was them talking to them. I don't know. And but it kind of rings true to me. And I thought from the first time I heard about this case that she was dead right away.
Yeah, someone's asking about Coral. She's in jail. She's been arrested. If you don't know, she was wanted in Tucson on a kidnapping charge. Kurt Dabb, who's on the show frequently, knows of her, and has arrested her, but she was arrested. Apparently zero connection to this. I mean, David Sarney, same sort of set of questions here. Okay, so now on the 6th, you get this email, and it now says, "We're very sorry," indicating that she's dead, but we still want our money.
There, who sends apology notes after you kidnap an 84-year-old woman? Do you get on the email when you get home? Is that what you're doing? That's the first thing you're doing, right? You just kidnapped Nancy, and you now are on the phone. You're on your computer or whatever. You're right. You're on your computer, and now you're emailing TMZ. Come on, guys. Are we really buying this ransom note? Are we really buying these? We're buying these things are real. That's what happened. I mean, it could be if it was a wrench attack, and then you got one guy, he never even left the house. He's just the emailer. And then you got the people on the ground that did the action, right? So we could be looking for somebody. A wrench attack could be it. It could be somebody, a mastermind that's at a computer. He sends out the people, however, they got paid ahead of time. Wrench attack could be it. Trying to think of who would kidnap someone. So whoever kidnapped her might be not the actual people emailing. What do you think in the chat? Let me know.
I'm sure, I have to believe that investigators were all over this. How difficult or easy is it to confirm whether it is the same? I don't know where I didn't say allegedly, but here we go. She's COE. By the way, COE, I'm about to play your stuff soon, so I don't see it. But David, to you, I don't know. What do you do in real time here? I know investigators had to be looking at it very carefully.
Well, real time is when you get the information, what do you do with it? So you're going to do your work on that email. Try to find that out. There's where are you going? And that's what it comes down to. Where are you going to go? We're saying we're sorry. We don't know. Again, this comes back to linguistics, and we talk about people's writing styles. My writing style is very different from others. Does it help you to know that? We all understood the fact that was going to was probably going to happen, given the fact her frailty, her inability to have her medication with her. We all knew this was going to happen one way or another. The injury that she sustained, whether it was accidental or intentional, where she left blood on the scene, that's all well and good. You work it. Okay, my thing is, okay, where do you run to? We're sorry. Okay, work that email. Work that that communication. Try to coordinate to try to see if all those emails are in fact from that same person or persons that you're looking to do. You know, running out in the street, and you know, this is where bosses get involved, and bosses like, go out there and do something. You don't just go out and do something. We got to have a reason to do it. There isn't much you can do where you are with the information that you have, so you have to work on that lead that you have, and that's all you got. And it all comes back to the same thing, and it's been from day one: the crime scene. Why was the crime? And it comes back to, why was the crime scene released so early? Because you, within that problem, creates other problems, because that's the only connection you had. We had no video footage, we had nothing else. We don't know what vehicle. That crime scene, and going back to what these people or person did, he avoided leaving DNA. So it's going to take time. And that's why you have what you have. And you feel for the family, you feel for the Guthrie family. You want to do what you can, but it's sort of like, what can I do? To run the leads, run the case, till I get something, till I get a hit on something, a positive ID, something that gets me to find the person or persons that did this.
Racer Girl here says, whoever says we're sorry, especially in this type of case, that's just ridiculous. I mean,
that's what I'm thinking. I mean, unless it's a mastermind at a computer, right? He has no real emotional ties. He wasn't at the scene. He's just at a computer. It could be he wrote the letter and he had some, you know, the people on the ground. Justice for victims. It could be. I just don't buy the ransom notes. Let's check the poll. We're at 35% fake, 32% real. So more people now are going back to the fake. And then we got 33% at undecided. So it's only a couple votes off either way. Split right down the middle, it seems like, just about. Wow. We are all split in the middle on this, so I don't know. Until they can prove to me that those things are real. That's why I was saying to TMZ, release the notes. TMZ, release the ransom notes. Quit playing games. Harvey, release the notes. Come on, please.
I'm sure they have profilers of the FBI who are also, assessing these notes. But Bob, two very specific things that Howard Bloom brings into focus: a broken floodlight. So the ransom note reportedly references a broken floodlight behind Nancy's home. At the time that note was received, that information had not been publicly released. So investigators believe that whoever wrote that about the broken floodlight was either at the scene, saw the scene, or received information from someone who was there. And then you couple it with the Apple Watch. So you've got a broken floodlight and an Apple Watch. The note reportedly referenced an Apple Watch Nancy was wearing when she disappeared. Again, investigators reportedly believe that the detail of that Apple Watch was not public knowledge. People did not know she was wearing an Apple Watch. I guess you could maybe go back to some of these Today Show segments and take a wild guess if she was wearing it there. But Bob, specifically about this broken floodlight and this Apple Watch, your thoughts if this was not known to the public?
If it was not known to the public, there's ways to find those things out. Just the broken or turned off floodlight, very common. If someone was there a few weeks earlier scouting it, that'd be one of the first things I would do. Is let's turn off these lights. Let's get a little BB gun and shoot a light out or something to help when I come back. Things like that. So all of these things are facts that are going to lead the investigators to, is this legitimate? It leads to legitimacy. But like you said, I've seen videos and pictures of her and her Apple Watch. I've seen pictures of her bed in her bedroom from segments that a charlatan, for lack of a better term, these folks who are psychics, and I'm not bad-mouthing true psychics if there's such a thing, but what I'm talking about. There's people who can push information out and people just read into it a lot. So it's on both sides of it. But it does lead to some some credibility to those initial emails of probably coming from someone who's involved or has some knowledge of what's going on behind the scenes.
Yeah. She was wearing that Apple Watch on some videos. And then Cloyd, could the quote unquote "we're sorry" message indicate that the note came from a female? You know, us men are incorrigible human beings and we would never apologize for anything. But on a more serious note, I mean, would the FBI have a profile or look at a note like that? I don't know what you can glean from it or not, but is that something that they would do?
They would probably do something like that, although I wouldn't put a lot of faith in that. I mean, what can you get from a paragraph? You know, you can't get anything. And so, maybe, and sometimes people, even bad guys, do have a hint of a conscience sometimes. Maybe he really was sorry if it was a man, but it very well could say it could be a woman who is working with the suspect or knows of it, or maybe in charge of the communication, and would say something like that. You're right. That's they consider.
So we sort of have two shows in one. There's one more thing here. And then the COE reached out and got in touch with the Mexican people, the great people of Mexico, who've been searching off of a tip for Nancy Guthrie. We're going to play that in a moment. But first, from Criminally Focused, Bob, this has actually come up a lot, and I'm glad the COE just pulled this up here. Do you think since this crime was covered up so well that a current or retired law enforcement officers could be involved?
Everybody, you think this was covered up so well? They just did typical behavior. They dressed like they needed to be not seen. What happened is the county failed and the city has failed the citizens to do any sort of investigation because they don't have any evidence. If it wasn't for Nancy, thank God for Nancy having that camera, we would have nothing. It's
to get Sheriff Nanos out of office. Would anyone ever have thought, okay, this could help get Sheriff Chris Nanos out of office? Your response?
No, just flat out no. Now, saying that, could it possibly be? It absolutely could be. But to think that some retired cop is going to come to do this to go after Sheriff Nanos, I think that's a stretch. Quite honestly, I think it's an incredibly lucky person who's done this, to have avoided all the DNA traps and things like that. If you watch some TV shows, you're going to pick up hints and clues of how to avoid things. And if you're good about where you touch, how you touch, what you touch, you actually think about it. And there's some planning that went into this. I don't think this is anyone out for retribution against anyone. I think this is just a horrible, horrible human being who chose to do this.
All right. So, of course, Harvey Levin steps in. He's with TMZ, and they were the ones reporting.
He looks chubbier in this photo. For whatever reason, today he looks chubbier. He doesn't look. He looks like he could be eating a couple too many bags of Doritos.
About these ransom notes, and he says Howard Blum says not so fast. Let's take a watch. COE, I think we need to bring that down. There we go. Here we go.
Talk about Nancy Guthrie and some communications I've had with the FBI that I haven't talked about.
All right, so this is kind of back on topic, what the title says, and this is great because we're going to get some experts react to the FBI going silent on Harvey. Now, the way Harvey describes it, it's like a relationship that, kind of fizzled out versus the reality of Harvey explaining it that, hey, they didn't respond, so we don't think they're real. They don't think they're real. Release the damn ransom notes. There's no reason at this point. It wouldn't hurt.
Till now. But I want to start with these reports that this ransom letter that we received kind of apologizes to Savannah Guthrie and her family for the kidnapping, and that that Nancy was no longer alive. That was not in the ransom note that we received. It is not in that ransom note at all. It does say that she's scared, but okay. But the ransom note makes no reference to Nancy Guthrie either dying or the kidnappers apologizing. Now, there is a reference to Nancy Guthrie not being alive anymore, but that is from the person who sent us multiple emails saying that he.
All right, I'm going to fast forward to the reaction because we've already watched this a couple times. I'm having trouble listening to Harvey for the 5th time today. I can do once, but 5 times of Harvey, no thanks. So here we go. We're going to get to the reaction of the guys.
I can't take it anymore. So, Chloe, yeah.
Did you hear him? He said the same thing I do, man. Me and this guy get along good. Look at this. Watch this.
That he might be indeed legit, but for some reason, the FBI never pulled the trigger to pay the money. So
this goes on for I can't take it anymore. So, Chloe, yes, Detective Cloyd Steiger. This now is basically a sword fight of sorts between Howard Blum of Airmail and
Howard Blum. Who's Howard Blum?
Harvey Levin of TMZ. Again, Harvey speaking with
Howard Blum.
This tremendous authority about these notes, as though he is in the case file and knows exactly which notes were delivered when and how many. All of these things. I mean, does he make a point, or should he just? Is he just?
No, I mean, he doesn't know. He thinks all the notes came through him. He doesn't know that. There could be others that came through other sources, right?
100%.
I don't know. He's maybe. My question has always been, I want 100,000, whatever. The reward was that much, drop the dime. You can be anonymous for a while, and collect the reward. Why the secret? They're not going to pay secret Bitcoin. Come forward and get the reward. Give the information. Well, you have to give the information first. They verify it's legitimate. They'll give you the money, And so the FBI should not have paid based on that. They should have said, well, there is a reward and it's about as much as you're asking for. So if you just tell us, and we'll keep you confidential until we can't anymore. And by that time, maybe you'll be able to, low key and go underground, like you say.
Bob, I'll give you a shot at the Harvey Levin.
And this is Bob. He's in the top right. He used to work as a Pima County SWAT commander. He was forced into early retirement by no other than Sheriff Nanos. So Sheriff Nanos forced him into retirement based on how he was being treated, his mental health, everything. So everybody follow or give a shout out to Bob Krieger.
And Howard Blum battle over the scoop here. Your thoughts?
Not much. TMZ got some emails. That's it. It's going to happen in every high-profile case. It's the media keeping themselves relevant. Like David and Cloyd already said, who knows? Nobody knows the amount of information that went to the investigators. That's all that matters. And at some point, it's just they're going to go on and on and on and keep talking about it. And honestly, that last clip was just there's nothing to it. You don't know what you don't know. We don't know what we don't know. And the FBI and law enforcement is never, ever going to pay a ransom. So to die on that hill was kind of silly as well.
Agreed. All right. So moving on, this is the final bit. And I think the COE, I think it'd be a good idea to clip this last part of the show as a video. So an anonymous caller, unrelated to all of this, but out in the media, did contact a volunteer search group in Sonora, Mexico, which is just across the border, and said, we heard that Nancy Guthrie is buried on the Mexican side of the border. And so they shout out to Dara, love STS Nation. Thank you. Appreciate that. So the COE was able to get in touch with Ramona. She's with a group called Buscando Corazon Nogales. I know Corazon is heart. I know Nogales is Nogales, and I have no idea what Buscando is. But Bob, how's your Espanol?
I can arrest you and tell you to do things with your hands, and that's where it ends.
You order a margarita.
Yeah.
How do you say stop what you're doing? You're under arrest. Do you know how to say
Alto suesto arrestado. There you go. And if we're I know all the commands if we're serving a search warrant at your house.
Bob has a worse accent than me by a mile. Who has a worse Spanish accent, me or Bob? It's got to be Bob. But
That's the Polak from Chicago coming out in me.
They ever laugh at you when you do that?
Oh, all the time.
Yeah.
We both
right.
get a chuckle out of it because I know it's true as well.
All right. So COE, I think this is it. This is the COE. We really worked hard to do this. The problem is that these people don't stop searching, and they're in the middle of the Sonoran Desert. So it was next to impossible to get a signal. This is what the COE got. Here we go.
Corazones en Nogales, Sonora. ¿Qué hacen y por qué lo hacen? We're a collective or group that searches for missing persons. Why do we do it? Because there's a need. There are many mothers searching for their children.
I met her.
Many children searching for their fathers and mothers.
Very sweet lady. I met this lady on the right. She came out to Nancy's. She had all her tools. They had these special tools that they can go into the ground, I guess, and they got in trouble. They went a little too far into a property, and the neighbors freaked out. Oh my gosh. And guess what? Nanos chased her out of town. Told her they're not allowed to search anymore. That's what happened to the lady on the right. Sad. That's what they do. They go out and help people search.
So these collectives arise out of the need to find missing people. It's important because it started from people searching for their loved ones, but in reality, we now look for everyone. And why did you start to look for Nancy Guthrie? For Nancy, we received an anonymous call informing us that she was located in the area where we have been searching for missing people, which is the Mariposa area, as we commonly call it. It was a call and it was specific. It was a short call. They didn't say a lot, but they mentioned Ms. Nancy Guthrie and said that we should go and look for her in the Mariposa area and that we would find her there. We were looking for clues. All of the missing people, or the majority, 99%, are no longer alive. So we go out, we look for them, and most of them are sadly dead. That's how it is in these searches. For us, this is a new situation because we didn't know Nancy or her story. We search for our missing people that are from here, Nogales, Sonora. They're the ones we mainly look for because the families volunteer to help us. But since we received information about this woman, Nancy, and that she may be close by, for us, she's become another missing person here in Nogales, Sonora. How do you decide to go and check something out? We never know if a tip is real or not. We always go and investigate all the anonymous tips we receive. When the anonymous tip is urgent and insists that we're nearby or that we're just there, we go back immediately to the area again and again. And that's what we did with Nancy. Some anonymous tipsters are persistent, and they'll call you again and say, hey, you were nearby. And we say, no, it wasn't there. Nothing was there. And they'll tell us it was the other way. So then we go back. We can do 10 searches in the exact same spot and not find anything. Sometimes it's not until the 12th visit that you see something that catches your attention, you know? Searching is...
Everybody give big hearts for these women. It's a group of women. They're called the Buscaderos something. Hearts in the chat for these women. They're actually in America. They're called like the translation would be called searching mothers. A lot of these, their kids have been kidnapped, and now they go out and they help find. Maybe they're still trying to find their missing loved ones, but they help others So thank you, Kathleen, for let me check. Thank you, Christine. Fortunato, thank you. Thank you for the hearts for the Searching Mothers, Kathleen. Thank you. The Searching Mothers, amazing people. Thank you. Yes, I did. I gave you a heart. I hearted it. You should see a heart right underneath it. Thank you, Christine. Thank you again. So we're gonna get back, but the Searching Mothers, they were out here and they're not giving up. Look at them, they're not giving up.
Well, it's really just walking, walking, and walking. We go up and down hills, we walk across streams, we rule out things that we think could be a grave site, but mainly our work is walking, ruling things out, and checking different points along the way. And we look for small signs or some things that are out of place. That's why we're called searchers, because we dedicate ourselves to the meticulous hours of searching, and it takes a lot of tries to find some answers. Sometimes anonymous tips will also tell us to go north, and it turns out the gravesite was to the south. And how are you doing all of this? Alone, but with the support of the Mexican government. Why? Because we as a volunteer group always go out on searches on our own, but accompanied by Mexican government agencies like
Wow, so they have to go out with the government, make sure they're safe.
state police, municipal police, the National Guard, and sometimes ADENA. We
Hearts for
regularly
the
go out on
Searching
searches on
Mothers.
Saturdays. We leave
Hearts.
at 8 or 8:30 in the morning, always accompanied by security.
There they
We
come.
send a request to the prosecutor's office on Monday or Tuesdays to schedule the outing, and then we go as a group. We have 8, 10, 13, sometimes 15 people, and the rest is security.
They're
It's
going
all
out first thing
volunteer
tomorrow,
based.
Christian.
Nobody gets paid for
They're
anything
going
here.
out first thing
It's
tomorrow.
usually families who are also looking for their missing loved ones who join the group. The only exception is we do have some young people studying criminology. They come here from the universities in Nogales, Sonora, and they help us on the search.
Amazing reporting by the COE. I don't think I've seen that. That is the head, Ramona, of this group that searches on the Mexican side. The group did not find Nancy or any connection to her in Mariposa area of Sonora, Mexico. They did find other missing persons. They have gone out to search 3 different days and said they're going to continue. They say that they never stop searching. Bob Krieger, your reaction to watching this, and apparently they found the remains of 25 different human beings in that desert. 25. It is basically a burial ground for people crossing and I don't know, other bad stuff that happens out there. Just what about the strength of these people to go out there and search?
I think it's amazing. Hearing what they do took me back to my time in our border crime unit where we were doing the exact same thing. And what advantage they have in Ramona's told, just like I've told in the past, she's told where to go, and sometimes they go and they might be within feet of something, and the desert is so vast because it's the exact same desert there that we have. The desert doesn't know the international boundary. The terrain is exactly the same, so they're dealing with the same issues. They're like, hey, you were so close. But the key there is they're getting information. She got information that Nancy might have been there, information to that other folks might be there. And that's, on the U.S. side, why some searches aren't happening. That information is not coming in. If that information is coming in and someone said, hey, around Arivaca, around Ruby Road, around these areas is where it might be, I promise you that there's going to be large groups of law enforcement out there doing searches.
Well, I hate to bust Bob's bubble, but that Arivaca area that he just talked about is a known cartel stronghold. And Sheriff Nanos has protected that area as well as other areas by they don't do major operations. They know this stuff's going on. They know it's been going on and it increased in the illegal invasion. Millions of people came into the country, remember? And so what's happened, everybody, is if this is cartel, related or somebody who picked up skills like kidnapping in the cartel. They don't have to be in the cartel. They could be connected. Like they could be in a organized, like a little clique. They call them, what do they call them? Carlitos. Carlitos, I think. Something like that. It's probably not right, but they take over these small little towns. They got lookouts. These are American towns that have been infiltrated and taken over. And the enforcement doesn't happen. If he just mentioned our Arivaca and he doesn't bring what else is going on there, 3 Points, all these areas, Rio Rico, eventually it's going to come out. So the sooner it does, the sooner we can maybe find Nancy, but we can put a stop to other things that are going on.
What these folks are doing is awesome. There's unfortunately the desert is like that. It's unforgiving. It's harsh. A lot of people die in the desert. Some are dumped there, but the majority of the bodies they're finding, I'm sure, are probably just folks who succumbed to it was 109 today. So it's just how it is. People aren't built for that long term in the desert.
Yeah, you can go from feeling okay to awful in the desert very, very quickly. I've experienced it myself, and there's a lot of bad things that could happen especially if you lose your way. Abby Crossing, friend of mine, friend of the show, friend of the COE's, huge accolade, and thank you to the COE. My own poll: who wants to see the COE on camera more often, doing more of this? She's good at it. She's been doing it. Look at this, COE, the real bad-ish of STS. Detective Floyd Steiger, that was an interesting look. Now, Sheriff Chris Nanos has said, no one is searching. I'm not allowing anyone to search on the American side. But here you have
And that's what's confusing to so many people. Why aren't there searches? And I always said, if you know how big Sheriff Nanos's district is, it's 9,000 square miles. So I don't know how that's bigger than some states. So if you imagine trying to find what areas to search, if you don't have any idea, they haven't told us what direction they think the suspect went. If we knew a direction, then it would be maybe narrowing, but trying to search 9,000 square miles of desert, a search team, it would be a good effort, but we need an area. And that's where the investigators need to understand, if they did give us something, a location, an area, maybe it's only 1,000 square miles he was in, but there's nothing. We need a vehicle. One vehicle. You're telling me at 2:33 in the morning there's not that many vehicles driving around. You can't spot a couple vehicles that look suspicious. Come on, man.
These Mexicans on the Mexican side of the border off of a tip, and she never said it, but the tip seemed to be credible enough that they are continuing to search, and said that look, we're going to just keep going out there. What do you make of this anonymous tip? Do you think there was something with it that made it, more, pertinent, or for these people to go out and search the way they have been searching?
Yeah, well, first of all, good for them. Man, that's incredible. It's a lot of hard work, and they're doing it for nothing, and good for them. And hopefully, either Pima County or the FBI or somebody is contacting the police in Mexico to see where they can find out about these tips. But it seems credible. I thought early on she's probably might be in Mexico, because nobody stops you crossing the border south, only coming north, right? So they could slip her in there pretty easily, and it'd be easier. So I think I want to know what the tip said and things like that. And again, this may be not the people, but somebody that knows something.
Yeah, well, the COE is pronounces Spanish much better than Bob or I. She actually speaks it fluently, although her grandfather used to make fun of her for not. Shout out to Papaya, who's no longer with us. But I don't know. COE, maybe we'll get her back on and get, kind of an update here. David, to you, again, I'm interested in this for many reasons, but one of them is this anonymous tip. And it was never really explicitly stated, but it was sort of intimated that the tip was enough for them to want to keep searching. I mean, she told the COE that they're planning to keep this up. Like, they're not going home. And the desert, it's like finding a needle in a haystack. So your thoughts about the veracity of this tip?
Yeah, I think with the volunteer work that they're doing, it's again extremely commendable. You don't see that very often with people going out of their way to look for people they don't even know. But it's viable to them because she even said, like, this is something that it came to our attention. We weren't aware of it, but obviously something came of light with that conversation, that tip that came in. And I think we have to look at the fact is, how valid was that tip? It's valid enough that they believe that there's something of substance. They wouldn't be going into the desert of where that is. And it seems like when they do these
Welcome in, everyone just getting here. We are doing a live reaction. On the right, top right, that is Bob Krieger. He is a former SWAT commander at Pima County. He was forced out of the job by mental health concerns Nanos caused. That is, and he 20 years, I think. He's retired. Obviously, he could have stayed in longer. He's young, but he was forced out. And we're just doing a live reaction to this show. This is they're talking about Nancy Guthrie, the letters, gruesome details in, I guess, she didn't make it. An apology. I mean, I don't know who writes apologies after you kidnap someone. It doesn't make sense to me. I need someone in the authorities, maybe Nanos, to come out and give us what they think. Is this a terrorist organization? Should we start asking? Was this a inside attack from a terrorist organization? I don't know. But welcome in. We're doing a live reaction. We do have a couple more things to go after. I got lined up.
these canvases, in a sense, that people are telling them like directions of where to look, so they have an idea. Could this be that? Could it be that person who's just who had some sort of knowledge? And we go back to all of these things. TMZ and the media and all this. This seems like it came out of the woods, where it wasn't somebody who's looking to get fame and fortune, like it seemed to be the way Harvey's pushing it out there. It's looked like somebody has legitimate reason to say to these people, Nancy's body's there. And reality is she's a maker. So that's something that you would have to look at as far as if you're looking for a body, will there be a body found anywhere? I'm not saying they're going to find it or somewhere that there's a pacemaker. So this obviously is going to be one of those searches that you can possibly find. This has been an awful thing for so long, and you suffer for the family, but you're hoping to get the best possible results at this point.
100% agree. This is a very important comment. We'll get one more comment from Bob and then final thoughts from everybody. From Locked and Loaded, perfect name for Bob Krieger, former SWAT commander. There is an Indian reservation. There's a tribe in Tucson, the Tohono O'odham Nation, 12 miles from Nancy's, that the border could have been crossed through all their back roads. I mean, Bob, I saw you quoted when this was going on. I saw you quoted in a piece. I don't know from who or what. But you said that the Tohono O'odham reservation is very important in all of this. How do you go about searching? Do you know if that area was searched? Do you need to get reservation police? How does that work?
Has it all been searched? Absolutely not. It's just so big. Like the volunteer group, they're going to a very specific area.
And that's what I was just saying. I mean, you talk about the Indian reservations too. I mean, good luck. Unless you got an idea, I mean, we're talking winning the lottery kind of, even, the odds of just stumbling on something So just sending out the Cajun Navy out into the desert randomly to make a couple photos. It would be a good good hearted effort, but to be honest, guys, it's going to be hard unless we find out who these suspects are, right? It's going to be hard. And you got to understand a lot of energy, gas. It's something could happen to someone out searching. So I know people have in their best heart to want to search and just go out searching and search, but the authorities need to let us know a little bit more when you look how big the desert is, and then if you include the Indian reservation, they got thousands of square miles.
To say the reservation is 12 miles from Nancy's house, it's also 112 miles from Nancy's house because that's how big the reservation is. It goes right into Mexico, very open borders. Because there is no fence. There is the Tohono O'odham Nation is actually fighting with the federal government right now about the border wall. Another case in the last week or so has been filed about that. So it's so vast. Without some viable information, a good tip, you can't just go start looking. You have to be able to start somewhere. So is it possible? Absolutely. I still, my gut says she's probably not in Mexico because that's a lot of work that could just the same result could happen in the United States without having to cross international borders and things like that. So there's so many areas to be searched. Hopefully they keep getting information. These folks who are calling the volunteer groups in Mexico, hopefully they're calling the sheriff's department, the FBI, and telling them the exact same thing so they can work together. And if it happens to be, because the Mariposa point of entry is just east of Nogales or west of Nogales, just right there. They can work together and coordinate that. So if they need to look on the U.S. side, they can do that as well.
All right, I'm going to check the poll. Let me check the poll. We got, oh my gosh, we're even equal now. 30%. 30% is at real. 31% real. The ransom notes are real. 31% fake. And then 38% says undecided. That is some pretty equal numbers. If that is right down the middle. And that's what's the authorities need to be looking at these polls. You know what? We need to give the public a little more. We have to be a little more transparent. I understand we got to protect our investigation, but you know what? There's also a fine line of covering up and protecting your investigation. And what we're seeing is it does look a little weird. So there's some things that are happening, things that should be released. It's looking a little weird. Yeah, that's Bob. Yeah, Bob, he talked to JLR. It's the same Bob. Great guy.
If remains were found, would they have any info left on them after this long? Cloyd Steiger, that's a difficult question. You're the homicide detective. After 142 days, and some of that in the summer heat, I guess it just became summer. I don't even know what date it is anymore. But after 142 days, Cloyd, what would happen to a body in the desert? And my final question to you is, what's the one question you want to know the answer to at this point besides why? And your final.
All right, real quick, I'm going to do a new poll. I'm going to end this poll so you guys see that poll just got ended. We're going to bring a new poll in. Tickled the wire. Nancy Grace said the FBI tickled the wire. That's just so weird. Tickled the wire. Who says tickled the wire? I mean, that is silly that they said it like that. Hey, let's tickle the wire. I've never heard of that analogy. I guess that's it's popular analogy in Bitcoin. Hey, buddy, I just tickled your wire. Did you get my tickle? Oh my God. Oh man, must be a slow news day over here. No, it's actually, with this new news, it's kind of like a fake slow news day. I mean, because none of this stuff is new. We kind of knew Nancy was most likely not around after those first ransom notes. Remember what we all kind of knew it. So to me, this is the media throwing out the line to the public, knowing that 80% of you guys, not you in the chat, 80% of the public is just gonna, Nancy's dead, so we're not gonna worry about who the suspects are because obviously, and then the sheriff's gonna stop talking even more. The local media, they might do their updates every other month, but you're seeing it happen right now. But shout out to this. I'm putting the new poll. Do you think Nancy or okay, here we go. Where do you think Nancy Guthrie could have been taken? So the first answer is Mexico. Arizona. That means all Arizona, and then I'm going to put specifically Pima County. So I'm just going to put in Pima County. And then I'm going to say taken out of Arizona, but in the USA. Let's see that. This might be a good poll. All right. So we got, where do you think Nancy Guthrie could have been taken? Mexico. So that means they took her out of Arizona to Mexico. And then the next one is Arizona. That means they took her out of Pima County. So they took her to Phoenix. They took her down by the border, which down by the border, it does go to Santa Cruz County and Cochise County and Graham County. So there's different counties. So that would be anywhere in Arizona, but she's not in Pima County. Or the third one is she's in Pima County, Nanos's district. So she's in here, or she is taken out of Arizona, but somewhere in the U.S., the other states. So let's get this poll started. Hopefully I explained it. Here's the poll.
Thoughts?
Well, it would be skeletonized. There's no question about that. But I'd like to point out we get DNA from dinosaur bones. So, that's not, they would get it from the bone marrow. And it wouldn't be matching the DNA on her would not be an issue. Dental records, I don't know what things like that. The make a medical imaging, that's not an issue. I don't know. I mean, you had obviously who did it and things like that. But again, just put all your trust in the guys doing the work, the worker bees, not the administrators. And they're doing everything they can, I'm sure.
I can just picture back in the day, Detective Steiger getting very unhappy about the chief saying annoying things on TV and the stuff that went on behind closed doors. Detective David Sarney, I'm sure that happened in New York City as well. I don't know, David. Everyone asks, is this case ever going to be solved? So that's a good one terms of final thoughts here. I mean, I feel like all these cases, it's just a random afternoon, and all of a sudden people start buzzing. Did you hear? They made an arrest, made an arrest, and made an arrest. Is that going to happen in this case? And how far along from now? Your final thoughts?
You're not going to know because, as we see how the media has co-opted this investigation and said that detectives, they did this and is editorializing on that. There's a case detective on this who's doing the work. And the thing is, when it comes to these cases, and I worked in New York for a while, you have those cases that continue, but you still have other work to do. But that's going to be that's your white whale in a sense. And you want to get the information available to you. They had so much information coming in, and they had so many people working this task force. It's minimized now. So will you get the rightful conclusion to this? You hope. I can't say it will happen right away. We know in the beginning of this case, you saw a lot of people getting arrested and a lot of movement on it. Then you had a chief putting out information that was inaccurate, and it seemed the optics of the case, these guys don't know what they're doing, but they do. And it's an ego-driven business as a detective. You want to see it to come to a rightful conclusion. It may take time. It's not going to be a week. It not be a day. It could be another month. It could be a year. But the reality is you want to at least get some conclusion for Nancy's family. That's what it comes down to. Something that you can say, this is what we have, this is what we've done, and this is where we've recovered what we can. And the case is not over. Then it's still considered it's still a murder investigation because of the violence that it took that this person was abducted. So they're still going to find something with this. And you're going to see a conclusion somewhere. How long it takes, I can't tell you. It's a matter of how the facts get you there. It's not what you think, it's what you can prove.
Yep. And, law enforcement, they're like parents. You want them to give you the answer, but they can't always do it. So huge thanks to David Sarney, the NYPD, Cloyd Steiger, formerly of the Seattle PD, Bob Krieger, retired lieutenant and SWAT commander, gets the final word. I forget who it was, Bob, but on the show, we had someone who's in the military, and he said while they were in, Iraq, they were like on a mission, and this person was just laying on the ground, and his own members of his platoon couldn't see him or find him because he was so well camouflaged into the desert there. I mean, it is possible that these people are searching the right area and just didn't find the right spot even. I assume that is a possibility. And I don't know, what do you say to all the people, particularly in Tucson, who are so frustrated at this point and feel horrible for the Guthrie family and want resolution? Your final thoughts?
Be patient with the process. The detectives know this can take a long time. You're seeing it day in and day out. These cold cases sometimes don't get solved for 5, 10, 15, 20 years. It might take that long. They might go to trial with someone without a body. A lot of different things can happen. But just be patient with the process. Everybody wants immediate resolution, that immediate gratification. And I think 140 some odd days into this, we know that's not going to happen now. So let the detectives, let the investigators do their job. When information needs to be put out, when the public needs the help, that'll be put out. When good information needs to be put out, they're going to do that as well. Trust the process. These guys and gals are doing the best work that they can with what they have, with the tips that they have on. And it's going to come to a resolution sometime, but it might take a long time. So patience, patience, patience.
Another amazing panel. This is why we say we've got the best guests in true crime. It is not a tagline. It is our reality. Big thanks to Lieutenant SWAT Commander Bob Krieger, retired Detective Cloyd Steiger, retired NYPD Detective David Sarney, and Judy Herbert here with the final super chat, and T. Duclos, member for 20 months. Thank you so much. We'll be back tomorrow night. On your way out, hit that like and subscribe button. It helps us.
All right, everybody.
We invited
Go
Howard
get a like
on
over there. You see his name on the screen. Here's the link to that video if you want to watch that. But just great panel. That's what we're doing. We're reacting to the people that are doing the great things, the YouTube pages, new and old. Let's check the poll. Let's check the poll. It's a new poll. Where are we at? All right. So we got the poll going. Where do you think Nancy Guthrie could have been taken? 14% says Mexico. 23%, 24% now says Arizona. 55% says in Pima County. So that's the number one. And I agree that would be if I was voting. 75 votes so far, and then 7% taken out of Arizona, but in the USA. So thank you guys for voting. We do have another video going on. Another video. So 1 second, I just got a couple different streams, as you know. Actually, four of them going right now as we're talking. So I'm just trying to get the multitasking under control, to say the least. But I do have this next video that everybody's been waiting for. And this is from Megyn Kelly, the one and only Megyn Kelly. It's a really interesting title. The significance of feminine tone in the second note about Nancy Guthrie. It's good to see Megyn Kelly. Everybody give, what should we do for Megyn Kelly? I don't know. Thumbs up, smiley faces. I don't know. But thank you, Megyn, for covering Nancy and not giving up on Nancy. And this, in the middle, these are all just really experienced people. So here we go. We're going to do a live reaction. I'm going to change the banner. So let me know while we're waiting. Where are you guys signing in from tonight? What state? What country? Maybe I know we got a lot of Canadian. I know we have that one, I think from Australia, Utterly from Australia. What a name, Utterly. That's my name. No, I'm just kidding. Who comes up with the name Utterly? So here is Megyn Kelly. I just got to put the banner up. So Megyn Kelly, 4.1 million subscribers. Holy wow. 4.14 million subscribers. Megyn Kelly. We're doing a live reaction. This is an interesting title. The significance of feminine tone in the second note about Nancy Guthrie's disappearance. So here we go. Megyn Kelly. Hit the play button.
Expand on that.
Make sure it's not too loud. If it's too quiet, let me know. I'll turn it up, but I'm going to try to make sure it doesn't blast everybody out. So here's Megyn Kelly.
Like, buried with nature. We never intended to hurt her. Even like she perished? Perished? Was that word used? I wonder, because that jumped out at me. That's not really how people talk. And then the nothing you could have done could have changed the outcome.
Like, don't blame yourself.
Like the weird.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's just very conciliatory and very strange, considering the facts of this investigation, of this case, of this poor woman, to talk this way. You know, any self-respecting criminal would at least be a little more honest about what happened here. They're trying to soften what they did. And please don't blame yourself. I hope you're not being too hard on yourself. It's so weird.
Well, because, I mean, if you're following their logic, they had said in the original note on February 2nd, and again, Sunday was the 1st, give us $4 million by Thursday or else. Again, using the term actual or else. And now here we are. They haven't paid, and they're writing the note saying she's gone. Oh, and by the way, there was nothing that you could have done to have changed the outcome. So they seem to be saying, you didn't give us our $4 million, but don't worry, she was dead anyway. Even if you'd given us the money, it wouldn't have panned out for you. But if you want to give us money anyway, we could get the body back to you, I guess. Or at least maybe that's just still lurking out there. It's implied. It's not clear. In Brianna's description of it, no one's talking about, but that original, because the original note we know, James said $4 million by Thursday, $6 million by the following Monday. If you wait, it's going to cost you more.
Right.
Then comes the second note. Like, why would they send the second note? Like, hey, FYI, she died, and don't blame yourself. Like, what's the point of that?
Well, it looks like they also didn't give any real, particulars on how to get that 4 million to them. It doesn't sound like there was any clear communication given. This is how you would respond to me, get back to me, and then they're just double tapping. Hey, by the way, it's not worth it now because she's gone, and we're sorry, but you can still give me some money because I get the body back to you. But I think you and Maureen are nailing a couple of really important things. If true, that she's with nature instead of saying she's gone with God. I mean, if you're following the case, that that Nancy was a believer, and so that would track with her. This note person saying it was a heart condition, which would track with, if you're following the case, about the pacemaker. But saying that she is buried with nature is interesting. That needs to be looked into, and there's plenty of people who are really smart and can put words together and study language and really the context of a statement like that, is that said in certain parts of the world. And certainly I hope the FBI is looking into something like that, because that's just a very interesting phrase. And then what you had said earlier, Megan, about, we didn't realize the extent of her condition. It kind of drew me to one of, the two things, which is, I thought initially that there was some pre-operational surveillance, meaning they looked at the house and maybe even looked at her. And then whether or not that was because she was Savannah's, mother, or because it's in line with this nice house, nice theory. We were talking earlier about, a crime gang hitting these nice houses, but still both would speak to pre-operational surveillance. And maybe that's what she's, the note writer is alluding to, is when we looked at it, we didn't realize she was that, kind of old or fragile.
Ozarks,
And I thought that was very interesting.
North Carolina.
There's reaction today from Savannah herself, who did address this on the Today Show this morning. It's like you kind of forget that she's back doing her job without any resolution in this case, which, she has to do. We all have a job to do. She has a job to do. But like,
I think the interview room is going on. The interview room,
she
Dana,
felt the need to respond for obvious reasons.
we're going to do a live
Here's what she said.
reaction in a little bit.
The bravery and courage with which you have done this job every day since that happened, nothing short of remarkable.
Wow.
Nothing short of remarkable.
I love you guys and I love this place. And this is unusual and unprecedented, to say the least, to be sitting here. But, I don't have any comment on the story, and I'm not involved in our coverage. But I can't pretend I'm not here. And so since I am, I wanted to just take the opportunity to ask people, to beg people to come forward. Somebody knows something. And this is a new story today that is on your radar, but this is the life that my sister lives, that I live, that my brother lives, that our extended families live, that our children live every day. And we are in agony. And we cannot be at peace. So no matter how much I try to come out here every day and smile and find that joy, and I will, I promise I will. This is a moment to tell you that we need your help. We're begging for your help. And I'm not going to miss that opportunity. And so please, if you're watching,
Yes.
no matter how small, the reward is there. You can tell us. It can be anonymous. Please do the right thing for us, for our family, for our children. And we love our mom, and we'll never stop looking for her. Never.
I wish she had mentioned the reward too, because it's like somebody that the reward actually could motivate somebody to come forward. And that is something we should discuss, because Howard's reporting, and I know Howard Blum, he's very solid. Like I don't know how he gets the information he gets, but he gets really good exclusives. And his reporting is that this task force that we've all discussed before. You know, that's what remains on the investigatory team now. And it's a combo of FBI and Tucson cops, detectives, that the task force has like expressed some regret from the sound of it about not paying the ransom. Like that if they had just paid, if the FBI had agreed to pay the ransom or tell Savannah to pay the ransom, that $4 million in the beginning, that the FBI really feels confident in its ability to track the Bitcoin, James. You know, it's Bitcoin. So it's not just like cashing a check. It's going to be a lot harder to track it. But that at some point the Bitcoin has to be withdrawn or it does.
All right, let's check the poll. I'm not buying these ransom notes. I'm just not buying it. If Harvey is so confident, then release him. If the FBI is not talking to you anymore, what's the point? Release the notes. Release the notes, Harvey. All right, so it looks like most people think that Nancy's in Pima County. 56%. And then other than that, they think maybe she's still in Arizona, but outside of Pima County. Thank you for the gifts. Running Rails just sent a #1 dad. Thank you. And sent a finger heart. Running Rails. Thank you. Anyone who was able to support the stream, thank you. Hitting the like button, sharing. If you're able to super it up, thank you. We're waiting. We're going to do a live reaction to the interview room. I know a lot of people seen it, so I was going to watch it after and kind of just react with everybody. So we'll see how that goes. They don't do long shows. Usually it's, 3 hours is the most I've seen them do. All right, let's get back to the show.
The kidnapper no good. And so why didn't they just pay the 4 million and then track the Bitcoin and arrest the perpetrator? Because what he writes is that, and we had speculated about this, instead they decided to, quote, tickle the wire. And
Tickle
remember,
the wire.
Harvey Levin had reported that there had been a
Who the heck started using that? Now everybody's using the tickle the wire.
$300 deposit made into the bank account of whomever wrote those first two notes, into the Bitcoin account. And no one bit. No one touched it.
No one tickled.
Now he's reporting it's a different number, like $141 that was deposited, but it's neither here nor there. The point is, the FBI, according to him, did in fact, this is the first confirmation we've had that it was the FBI who put the money in, and that it was an attempt to tickle the wire, James. They thought maybe the kidnapper would be dumb enough to take it. And Howard reports that either the kidnapper was like, nice try, right, and knew it was a trap, or just wasn't interested in, risking anything for $140. So your thoughts on whether they should have paid it? Like, if they're really believing this note was legit, as Savannah does, and her information definitely comes from them, and that they had all these things right about the Nancy scene and Nancy herself, and now we know more about what the two notes sounded like, why didn't they just pay?
It's because protocol. We got to remember that the reality is we still never had a proof of life ever. So the first note, didn't indicate anything like a picture of her, anything. Yeah, we do have some information about the watch, but that would not be specific enough that the Bureau would say, yeah, just go ahead and launch $4 million. Because if you do, and you don't get her back because it's a scammer, then there's going to be more $4 million requests. and you're going to keep playing that game until you run out of money. And so that's why they don't do it, is because if you don't have any, real legitimacy, and the only way you can really get that legitimacy is you've got to show us this person that you say you have. They just can't do that. And that's, and it's a question I asked too, if they believe so much, but that protocol is there for a very good reason. And I, it might sound callous, but I agree that, they shouldn't have paid the $4 million without an actual proof of life of Miss Guthrie.
I just don't
What do you
understand,
think?
Maureen. What kind
Should
of a
have they have
kidnapper
paid
could
it?
go with
Let me know
this
what you
is
guys think.
kidnapper?
Should they have paid
What
it?
is the point? What is the point of on Thursday after they've missed the deadline, sending a follow-up saying she's dead? She's dead now. We didn't intend to hurt her. It's not your fault. We think it was the heart. Nothing you could have done. What is the point?
The point is they're amateurs, and they and I have to first go back for a minute, if I could, to James, because if in fact they did pay the ransom without any proof of life, what precedent does that set for every other person who's kidnapped? Everyone's going to jump out of the woodwork even more than they do right now, because you saw the predators pounce when that
Right,
award.
but can we really say there's no proof of life? I'm just going to play devil's
Yep.
advocate. When the first note allegedly said, this is what she was wearing, this is
Okay.
where her Apple Watch was, and check out the broken floodlight on this part of the home. That's our proof that we have her and we were there. Does
Not
that
enough.
qualify? That's more than
No.
saying nothing.
Sure, but it's not
No?
enough
You
to
both say
say
no.
that she's not dead. I mean, if you just consider how they transported her, or how they had to transport her. So she's bleeding from presumably her mouth, which they already know by now, because they've tested that blood to see if saliva was in it or whatever on the front porch. So she's bleeding from her mouth. She's 84 years old. She has no medication with her. She's very frail. She's scared to death, and there's no proof of life. They obviously spoke with their doctors. They've talked with family members. You could see from watching her on Savannah's show how frail she was. So if they were doing pre-incident surveillance, they saw her with a walker or a cane going very slowly around her backyard. And when it's really hot and dry like that, it's difficult you could see someone breathing with labor. It's you have to have proof of life. It does sound callous, again, to Jim's point, but I agree with it, actually.
I mean, like in
All right, how do
negotiation,
you
I mean,
like
they
this
teach
one?
you.
Yeah, go, James.
I'm sorry, Megan.
Proof of life.
No,
Would
you
you
go.
have paid it
In
if you didn't
negotiation
have
school, I mean,
proof
they
of
teach
life?
you. Obviously, we want to establish
Pause this
communication,
real quick.
rapport, but we got to keep the.
Let me know in the chat. Would you have, and we got a special thing coming up here soon, so thanks for tuning in. Would you have paid the money if there was no proof of life? If you were a millionaire 40 times over, 50 with your husband, maybe your husband has more money than you, or maybe less, but maybe he had 10 million and you had 40 million. Everybody's saying yes. It looks like so far. No. Nope. Now here's a good question, because here's the question. Here is the question is, do they think that she's 84 years old? And I mean, even though you hope to live as long as maybe 100 and 115, right? We all want to live to 115, 120 if we really, we're really just doing it. But 84 years old, there's not many years left, unfortunately. But there could be 15, maybe 20 years still. There's lots. I mean, we are living older, but here. So, do you think they wouldn't pay because of her age, or because? What if there was proof that they gave the body back? Can we make a deal with the suspects to just let the family know where Nancy is somehow? If they can send an email, here's what let me ask you this. If they can send an email, all these ransom notes, why can't they put in the email where Nancy is? And the family can have closure if we know where Nancy is. 98. Yeah. See, so I'm thinking 20 years. If you're 84, you got 20. I mean, if you live to 105, that's amazing. 110. I'm saying 120. I mean, but let's just be honest, let's just say 20 years. She had 20 years, so that would put her at what would that put her at? 104. But it's just something to put in perspective that they would need to have proof of life, though. I think proof of life. But why won't they tell us where Nancy is? Is she on private property and they can't disclose that because that would give away the suspect? But if she was just buried in the desert, they could write an email and just say, she's over here. But hopefully we find out one day. The family finds out, number one. So let's get back to this show. This is with Megyn Kelly.
Goal in mind, and we both have the same goal here. I mean, I want to get her. If I'm working this as a negotiator and I'm talking to the kidnapper, look, I want her back and you want to give her to me because you want your money. So we have a common ground here. But for me to get this money, because $4 million, I don't have it laying around. I got to go get that. But before I go get it, can you prove to me you have her? And it can't be that you know there's a floodlight out that you could have got from a Google Earth overview or some a previous story, because Megan, you did a great job playing all the previous stories of interviews that Savannah had done with her mom, where I could have seen that Apple Watch. I could have seen the details of that inside of her bedroom. I could have told you the nightgown she likes to wear. I could have told you the color of her pillows. All things I would have got from open source. I wasn't the kidnapper, but I would have seen those things. They were open to me. So what we would be looking for is give me something else, like prove to me you have her, which is why you always see the newspaper clipping, the hostage holds the newspaper of the day. So we know, okay, we still have a live body, and then we can negotiate in
James,
good
if
faith.
you're fake, if this is a faker, okay, I'm with you. I accept all that. But like, if you're a faker, why would you send that second note? I can actually kind of follow why the real kidnapper might do it.
Yeah.
Like if the real kidnapper has her, it's Tuesday night. Sorry, it's the first was Sunday when she was taken,
Yep.
right? Yes.
Right.
And then the notes came on the second and third. So you have her, you want the money. So you're sending out the notes on Monday and Tuesday saying 4 million by Thursday, 6 million if you wait till Sunday. And you offer enough detail in there to convince somebody you have her. This is what she was wearing. This is where the Apple Watch was. And this is what the floodlight looked like. Then you watch the world explode over your note, all the speculation, all the stuff. And then let's not forget, one of the first things the Guthrie family said, Savannah in particular, right away was she desperately needs her medication. Like she said she's not going to survive without her heart medication. And we were never sure whether that was 100% true or whether it was an attempt to ratchet up the urgency for the kidnappers. Like, we need her back ASAP. Maybe it was 100% true and she dies. So now she dies. So you can't give proof of life. There's no more life. You have Nancy, but it's a body now. And maybe by the time they sent this follow-up note on February 6th, it was the day after the ransom was due and not paid. Maybe by that day you decided to take a different tactic. You've got to fess up. You cannot provide proof of life. There's not going to be any talking to Nancy or pictures of Nancy holding the daily paper. So you decide to come clean saying she's dead. But I don't know whether it's explicit in here, according to that Brianna. It's not, but maybe the theory is the earlier demand will stand, and maybe they will pay us for return of the body. And indeed, that's what's on. So that a fake kidnapper just trying to get Bitcoin from 6 million, that second makes no sense.
Oh, well, I I'm surprised you haven't been through this because I know I haven't. I think probably Maureen has too. But when someone's trying to get something from you, they just keep trying. They don't stop, right? They're incessant about it. It never ends. They just keep coming. And so they'll hang
I
on
have
for
been through it.
anything. And that's why you send the second note is, oh, maybe I say the right things. Maybe I sound like you all had said earlier, maybe if I sound apologetic or I sound, sympathetic, that maybe, you'll send me some money because I have nothing right now. If I'm a scammer, I have no money right now. Maybe I can get 100 grand from you if I tell you where the body is, and that's typical 101 fraudster mentality and methodology. That's exactly what they do. So the second note doesn't surprise me at all.
You wouldn't expect them to write the second note ratcheting it up. Like, she's hurting, she's scared, which, by the way, someone, I think it was Harvey, reported was in the first note that she was scared.
She's okay, but she's
and
scared.
then, so the second note, you
Let me know, everybody. Do you think it would hurt the investigation to release these damn notes? I'm so tired of hearing these notes. Thank you, Sweet Georgia Peach. Oh, they mentioned me. Oh, good. We're going to watch that in a little bit. After they end, we're going to do a live reaction to that show. We're going to watch it again. We're going to watch it again. That is awesome. Thank you, Sweet Georgia Peach, for the super chat. They are watching 17,000 strong. After the show, tell them to come over to my channel. We're going to do a live reaction. We're going to rewatch what they're talking about. I'm sure it's good though. I mean, they do the best job over there. So shout out to the interview room. I cannot wait. We're going to do that in a little bit. This is Megan Kelly talking about what everyone else is talking about all of a sudden. Ransom notes.
ratchet that up.
We're like 50-50. Most people think they're fake. Not most. Half the people think they're fake. Half the other think they're real.
Get Savannah upset. She's the one with the deep pockets. Like, let's scare her as opposed to run the risk of her being like, well, I'm not paying $4 million for, somebody who may or may not have a body.
Well, notice it worked because she went on Instagram the next day on the 7th saying, hey, we hear you and we will pay. So what happened? That's the good question is, okay, what happened from the Instagram post to this, IP address? Why was there no more contact, right? What happened then? Because there's no one reporting on any
Very
of
good
that.
question.
Nobody, right?
Okay.
So what happened?
Here, Maureen, did you want to weigh in? Because
Yeah.
I have another thing I want to bring up, but you go first.
We're missing a lot of pieces of information, and without them, it's going to be hard. But I think part of what happened with the second note is they're trying to take their foot off the gas. They're trying to trying to make the situation a little less explosive. And by that, I mean, they're trying to turn down the temp. Right now, everybody's full steam ahead. Everyone's looking for, they're out searching for, it's pedal to the metal, every single law enforcement agency, and they just wanted to just pull that back a little bit. And by saying that she's gone, by saying that she's, out in nature, what does that mean? It means they're going to, so we don't have to worry about writing warrants for houses right now. I mean, it just sends the investigation in a totally different direction and away from someone. And the final thing about this is a lot of this in the verbiage here is someone who cares. We always said from the beginning that this is someone that had some nexus to Nancy. This person is trying to say that they care, because that might, as James said, that might get them to pay. But
let us see these notes. Oh, they care so much. Well, tell us where Nancy is.
They're just predators. They're just going to do whatever they can.
They can send all these emails in, but where is the damn email that says Nancy's buried over here?
to get someone to pay them.
Thanks for watching this clip. If you're new.
All right, go over to Megan Kelly, 4 million subscribers. I'm sure she wouldn't mind a couple more. 4 million subscribers. Wow, that's a lot of subscribers. All right, let's check the chats. We're waiting for the interview room. 17,000 over there watching. Let's check who's in the chat. Who is in the chat? We got the court going on. We got the scanner going on. We got the mayor's meeting going on. And we got this going on. Wow. We are multitasking tonight. Nancy's daughter. Thank you, Gabby. Nancy's daughter asked the world to help find her mom, which we are. Then we find out she was the one to report Alex. Respectfully, I am just so confused. Then the PD not allowing searches make it make sense. It doesn't. And that's where we're at, is every day we think, are they ever going to let their guard down and just have a little bit of compassion for the public? Are they ever going to do that? Or is every day just going to be this, secrets, transparent, the lack of transparency? It's not cool. The perp is still out there. Thank you again, Gabby. Sweet Georgia Peach. Thank you. Let's see here. So what I'm going to do here, show us the notes. Okay, what I'm going to do is I got to run to the other room real quick because we got some special things going on tonight here later with some other YouTubers that we are going to be collaborating with. So while I'm going to do that, just give me 1 minute. Trying to find the link from Savannah. Savannah saying that she told Alex he can't be there. Where is that link? Somebody sent it to me earlier. And I can't find it now. Dang it. Thank you guys for your patience right now. We're kind of in the middle of the show. It was pretty, people said I was fired up earlier. Fired up. And all right, I'm just passionate about, so I hope anyone wasn't offended. But yeah, I don't know where this is, but she said she sent it. I don't see it. I remember seeing it earlier. Nope, that's not it. I'm looking for if anyone has it, the paper with Alex where Savannah says that Alex, something about Alex. Savannah actually mentions Alex. Oh, it's on his YouTube. It's on his X. That's where it's on. It's on his X. Okay. So we'll get it. There it is. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to take about a 5-minute break and I'm going to blow this up as big as I can. See if I can do that. Is there a way to do it? How does that look? Is that, it's not even on the screen. All right, can you guys read that? No way, you can't. See if I can, 1 second. I'm gonna see if I can get this on the screen so it's not blurry. Thanks for your patience here. On some of these longer shows, we're just kind of going with the flow, as they like to say. But we are gonna go right into some more intense coverage based on the interview room. I don't know what's the best way to read this. All right, that might be pretty good. All right, that's about as good as we're going to be able to get with this right now. So sorry if that's not. I'm going to take about a 5-minute break, and then I'll be back. I'm going to be logging in. Yeah, this is the post. So this is Alex's post. This is what he was talking about. If hopefully, can you guys read that? Can you read it? Hopefully. I know it's not the biggest, but I can't make it any bigger. All right, I will be right back, everybody. See if there's anything more in the chat. You guys just chat it up. We got a great second half of the show lined up. So hold tight. Hold tight. I'll be right back. And I'm going to put a little Wayne Jones as you guys are watching this. A little Wayne Jones. What did you think of the tunes? Annoying tunes is what Alex posted, real or fake. It looks pretty real. It looks pretty real to me. I don't know if you want to go to his ex, you can pull up his ex. We'll pull up his ex. You said, thanks a lot, Savannah. All this tells me is that it's time to expose you because why did the world just find out on day 143 that your mother had passed and that you have known for a while now? It makes a good point. How long has she known? Not, I know the people who love Savannah, and I do love Savannah too. I'm not saying she's going through a lot. I'm not trying to, diss Savannah, but if she is not being transparent and we got people, she needs to be more transparent. I say, Savannah, come on to 857 Tucson. You know my cousin, Savannah. You and my cousin were best friends. I'm willing to give you all the compassion in the world, the understanding. Let's go, Savannah. Let's help the community heal. Tucsonans, right? You were born in Tucson. I was born in Tucson. We could even talk. You were at my house. You probably don't remember. Maybe you remember. I don't know. It was probably like right around, I don't remember. Let's see. Maybe around like 1994, maybe 95, somewhere around there. I don't know. Maybe earlier, 92. I don't know. But you came to my Christmas party. My mom had a Christmas party every year, and you came with your cousin or with my cousin. That's how small of a world Tucson is, everybody. Nobody's blaming Savannah. Nobody's blaming. We're blaming the lack of transparency by the authorities because the authorities could have told us that they knew. They could have told us that they knew on day at the beginning that they knew she had passed. Why didn't they say that? Now they're coming out on day 143. That makes no sense. I'm glad that they're at least, but I mean, is that really, do they honestly think that? Because we haven't heard Nanos say that. We haven't heard the FBI say that. All it is a bunch of media reports. Nanos is too afraid to even talk on a camera. So we're gonna go right into this next thing. This is kind of a Hail Mary right here. Let me get this off the screen. Since we are on the TMZ topic, we're gonna just pull this up while we're waiting. This dang. Holy moly. All right, we're gonna pull this up. I mean, this was kind of tucked away and I didn't know if I was gonna play it. I don't know what it is, but I guess TMZ does a podcast. I want to do a live reaction real quick while we're waiting for the next portion of the show. Some people I've never even seen. I guess the new experts on the Nancy Guthrie case, and I'm just kidding. Obviously, TMZ. A lot of these people are just drive-by, Inquirer media. There's no real in-depth investigations. They're just basically headline readers. But here we go. We'll give it a shot. This is the TMZ podcast.
Hello and welcome to the TMZ podcast afternoon edition. I'm Eric Wilson.
And I'm Talia Block.
Your
Here
two
we go.
favorite TMZ staffers are here to get you through today's stories because a lot of updates, a lot of stories today, a lot of exclusives. We're just scratching the surface here as far as what we've broken today. So definitely check out TMZ.com for updates and full context for all the stories we're going to get into today. But we're leading off with a story that's really been.
He kind of looks like Jack Black. Yes or no? Jack Black on the left? Is he going to resemble it? Do you see it? I got to check the chat on that. Is that Jack Black? TMZ is like the National Enquirer, exactly. Kathleen says yes. Nacho Libre. Oh my God. Jack Black, I think. Or like Peter from that one cartoon. What's his name? Peter. I'm just, he does resemble like Jack Black.
Been taking hold of the newsroom since.
I think it's the mustache. I think Jack Black has that mustache. Would you guys agree? I've never seen him. He looks like very professional though. He obviously working at TMZ. He has to be good at what he's doing. Shout out, man. Let's give him a shot.
It started in February, the Nancy Guthrie investigation. So obviously over the last few days, it's been, different sources and different stories have been coming out about the timeline of events as far as the ransom notes go, and as far as what was actually in the ransom notes. So to be clear, just to update, the one that people are really referencing is not the one that we got.
Oh, not the one. We got like 12.
We got a bunch from, we got 2 from the actual
kidnapper
presumed. Allegedly. And then we got a lot from somebody who seemed to be well informed about the case and really spent almost a dozen emails begging us to pay him 1 Bitcoin to release information about the whereabouts of Nancy's body, because he also alluded to the fact that Nancy had died. So we,
or she.
Yes, or she. So, and we can get into that as well. So here's where we stand right now. Where do we stand right now? There's so much.
I know. Well, it's so confusing.
I know.
Every update is like, well, the update is, it is not good.
Yeah. So as of right now, it's pretty clear to the family, pretty clear to, I think, the public now, that Nancy has probably passed.
Most likely passed.
And what they said in these reports yesterday is that in the second ransom note that KOLD got, the station in Arizona, that they said, the kidnapper said that she had died and that she was buried with nature now, and that it was an accident. They didn't mean for her to die, because obviously in the previous letter, they were asking for a ransom.
Money. Yeah.
And that's what led to Savannah's emotional video that people were kind of questioning early in the investigation of her saying, "We just want peace. Please bring her back to us.
Yeah.
We are willing to pay." And that was essentially her asking for her body back so they can put this all to rest and put this behind her.
So sad.
And then we talked about it this morning on the pod of Savannah's plea again this morning, because anytime, I mean, if your mom is missing, and at this point, obviously, maybe she's known for a couple months now that she's passed. Anytime someone brings it up where it becomes a large scale news conversation, that's going to upset you. So
it's also not having that closure where it's like, you don't know. So maybe she's still holding on to that little bit of hope,
Yeah.
or not knowing where
'Cause
her
what else
mom
can you
is
do?
or how she passed. That's,
Yeah.
I think that's something you can't
But
just get over.
I guess there's a little solace in the fact that if they're saying it was an accident, it was likely she had a stroke or a heart attack or something like
A
that
medical event.
from the stress of all that was going on. I mean, she was kidnapped. She didn't have her medicine.
Ay, ay,
She was
ay.
bleeding. So it was probably somewhere between, natural causes and something that caused from the stress of all of this.
Mhm.
So that at least maybe gives solace in the fact that she wasn't like tortured or attacked or beat up or something like that, because
Yeah.
it apparently said in this second note that it was an accident and that she's dead.
I hope they get these
Yeah.
guys or women.
So the update we have that involves us is that the FBI finally reached out to Harvey.
Oh,
So he's been
finally.
saying that they ghosted him after Harvey essentially offered to pay the ransom to this other guy who had information.
Mhm.
So there was the 2 ransom notes from the alleged kidnapper, and then there was all of these other ransom notes that only we were getting
From someone who, like,
from
knew
this
them.
individual that had a male name. And they were saying they knew where it was, they knew where her body was, they knew who was involved, they knew where she was buried, they knew how to get to it, but they wouldn't give us any information unless we paid 1 Bitcoin, because he wanted the money
Right.
to start a new life, to be able to get away from these people, hopefully, because he was allegedly ratting out some very well-connected or at least threatening people. Obviously, they kidnapped a woman.
All right, guys. What do you guys think? What do you think? Are you a fan of the TMZ podcast? Right? I know they go after the younger audience, and we got a bunch of really, older people above 20. They go after like the, 18 and below or 20 and below, so to speak. So I'm giving it a shot, but I'm not really learning anything new. I'm not really learning anything new. I think as far as the authorities, Savannah's just repeating what everybody else is repeating. So it's not really Savannah saying anything, but what's disappointing to me, Granny B, is we should not be letting the government stay silent. The public deserves answers. Why did the government sheriffs wait 143 days or however many days to tell us? So to me, it's another sign that the sheriff has failed us. They could have told us that a long time ago. There's no reason they shouldn't have told. They should have told us that. Yeah, release the ransom notes. That's what I want, Granny B. Release those ransom notes. TMZ is almost in bed with the government on this case. So now the government isn't responding to TMZ, I guess. Harvey Levin said tonight or yesterday, 6 times he reached out to the government, the federal government, FBI, and they didn't respond. So they don't care about your damn notes, Harvey. So why should everybody needs to put on X and tag TMZ, release the ransom notes? Why are you holding the ransom notes ransom? Let the public see them. Is it that? I mean, you want to go on and do these stories? Just release the notes. There's nothing stop. They can. There's nothing stop. There's no rule. What's going to happen? They're going to go after TMZ. No. What's going to happen? They're going to shut down TMZ. release the notes. They can release them. No, I don't think anybody will get sued because here, Harvey said he tried to reach the FBI. He was talking with the guy. They had this open relationship. It was all roses and flowers. And then everything went silent. You can rewind the show and watch it at the beginning. And now Harvey said he has reached out to them 6 times and nobody has got back to him. So in my opinion, they don't really care. It's kind of like if you had information and all of a sudden the FBI stopped talking, they obviously don't care. I mean, release the notes. That's my opinion. This is just my opinion.
In the middle of the night. So who knows what else they would do. So this person was trying to get enough Bitcoin to at least run away and start over. So after this person was sending all these emails, eventually Harvey, we were in the process of discussing possibly making a documentary about this and doing all the information. Obviously we had some exclusives as far as the ransom notes go. And so Harvey said, well, let's just pay it out of the budget for making this documentary essentially. And he said that to the FBI because obviously he didn't want to overstep or get involved and muddle up the situation. And they essentially said stand down, that they were looking into this person as well. So that's kind of what they reiterated today after they ghosted him, to say we're still looking into this person. It may not even be a male. And hopefully they could find this person that will lead them to Nancy.
Well, the FBI is saying now they believe that eventually they will get this person who was sending these emails.
Which is like how every twist in a Netflix doc happens, right? It's like
we're gonna get him.
His ex-girlfriend came to the police and said after he hit her that he also killed Nancy Guthrie. So that's kind of like how they're hoping that these things happen. And I guess, they would know most of these cases probably do happen that way.
Yeah.
If they've hit a dead end as far as investigating goes. But they're still looking into this other person that hopefully can lead them to that. And let's see here.
I think she just made that plea, like a public plea.
Yeah.
NBC, where she was like super emotional. She was like asking the public, she was like, please, if anybody knows anything. And people were kind of not shading her, but kind of being like, how is nobody figured out what's going on? Like, how does she not know? But it's like one of those cases, like you said, where in a year from now, somebody will be in a bar and say something and brag, or a ex-girlfriend, and
so if you guys know anything, obviously reach out to the FBI, reach out to us. We have obviously a direct connection to the FBI.
We gave him a shot, but I'm just not feeling it. I mean, I know he got that intern job and somehow he propelled it into a job at damn mosquitoes back. He propelled it into a job at TMZ making probably okay money, but buddy. And none of these people, and I'm not being mean, they're not investigating too much. They're showing up to an office building and standing around a water cooler a lot of days. So we are going to move on, but let me know where we're at in the chat. We're going to do a little drop in here. A little drop in somewhere. Watch this.
In predictive policing, there are leaders in hacking people's phones, using their voice patterns, background noise, and movement patterns to mark individuals.
This is live.
Law enforcement. Carbine is used globally in El Salvador and Mexico against cartels. Most famously, it was used by NYPD to track BLM demonstrators. Carbine is currently being bought out and merging with another company, an Arizona company based out of Scottsdale. Its name is Axon. Axon provides all of our police body cameras and are AI enabled, and they're also.
This is our radical voters in Tucson. They want our place unprotected, no cameras, no police body cams, no flock. Let's just keep this place lawless. These are the people who go and they go get their way. And then what happens? Nancy Guthrie gets kidnapped and we have nothing. The city and the county is 100% responsible if Nancy is not found. And these people get in. This guy, I met this guy before. That's all he does is he thinks that people are trying to get into his phone. Oh my gosh. Give me a break, buddy. Do you see the crime rate? Have you seen the streets of Tucson? This is what we got. This is a defund the police kind of guy. Watch this. Look at this. It's hard to listen to this guy.
And DHS, the Armed Services, IRS, Social Security, and recently the Department of Agriculture. Peter Thiel, the co-founder of PayPal and Palantir, has also been in the news recently. Peter just fled to Argentina after he became aware he was having secret meetings with some of the most powerful and influential on both sides of the aisle. Their agenda, navigating World War III, battlefield technologies, and how to build a cult. Thiel himself is also known for saying he believes freedom and democracy cannot exist and is interested in building a post-democracy world. Peter Thiel is also one of the earliest founders of Flock Safety, the LPR company that changed the game when it came to ubiquitous warrantless surveillance. What am I talking about? Tucson doesn't use flock cameras. Well, maybe a drone, but we haven't gotten the public records request on that yet.
Dude, have you seen the crime in our city? This guy is just every day, every meeting he comes up with this same crap.
But let's talk about one of Thiel's buddies instead, Jeffrey Epstein. Epstein, along with former Prime Minister Ehud Barak, were both financial investors in an Israeli tech company called Carbine. Carbine was known for headways in predictive policing. They were leaders in hacking people's phones, using their voice patterns, background noise, and movement patterns to mark individuals as suspicious to law enforcement. Carbine is used globally in El Salvador, in Mexico against cartels. Most famously, it was used by NYPD to track BLM demonstrators. Carbine is currently being bought out and merging with another company, an Arizona company based out of Scottsdale. Its name is Axon. Axon provides all of our police body cameras and are AI enabled, and they're also being used as ALPRs here in Tucson by TPD and the Sheriff's Department.
Let me know. I don't know if this is a controversial topic. Are you guys for body cameras or not? And we're just going off a little topic because this is a live public speaker. I just want to have you guys get a gander. They call that a gander, a look, as somebody on the internet who likes to collect receipts would say, have a look-see at this. Have a look-see at this. This is what we have to deal with. These people come in here and they think they're being invaded. And I'm all about, privacy, all this stuff. But you know who we don't want to be invaded by? These criminal gangs that are taking over our cities. The crime, the homicides, the assaults. We see it every day, the things that are happening. Some people, so this guy gets up on every week. He doesn't want body cam for police. I don't know. We'll watch him and then we'll move out, but we're just kind of bouncing around waiting for the next part of the show.
That same company also has they have a monopoly, basically. Anyway, just to wrap it up, you say you're doing your due diligence with this tech and you're being responsible, and you dropped my name during the study session, but I have yet to have a full conversation about this with any of you. DFLOG did produce a workshop along with the ACLU of Arizona and experts in the U of A and also border security We send it all to your emails. I suggest you watch it and listen before you implement any AI technology within Tucson. Thank you.
Mr. Suarez.
Now, here's what the funniest thing is tonight, everybody, at this meeting. The mayor is not even there. This meeting only happens once a month, and she doesn't even show up to the meeting. She had schedule conflict. Now, who do we have in the audience? We have this lady in the green. Now, when the mayor does not show up to our city meetings, we have a vice mayor. Everybody has, let me take this off the screen. We have a vice mayor. Oops. And that is Lane Santa Cruz. Now, Lane Santa Cruz, let me just do something. And I just want to make a point here. Lane Santa Cruz. You can look her up. She's the one who grabbed a police officer's baton. Of course, no charges put forward. And then guess what? She became the vice mayor after she grabbed the police officer's baton. Well, there was an investigation, and of course, no charges were made. So we're going to do a little, just because we can, on Lane Santa Cruz. There she is. This is Lane. She's got 100 different, look at, this is her today. Not today, but like modern. I can't wait. I'm going to do a video one time of all her different outfits. She has like a zillion different, every time she looks different. But here is what I'm going to show you. All right, we had a little technical difficulty. We are back. But let me just show you Lane Santa Cruz, and then we'll move on. Now, the woman in the green that we just saw, that's not Lane Santa Cruz. That's Lane Santa Cruz's wife. Now, Lane Santa Cruz was married to a man in the early, like 1990s. She was married to a man who was in the Communist Party of the USA. So Lane Santa Cruz, obviously, she was married to the guy, was also in the CPS USA. So I'm trying to just educate you guys a little bit on this aspect of Tucson, since we're kind of just killing a little bit of time waiting for the next part of the show to start. So just to give you a little synopsis, Lane Santa Cruz basically has had lots of controversy. During the George Floyd riots, she had a big incident where she like showed up at a protest. I can show the video, but she was yelling at the police, telling them to get back, and then she goes, I'm your effing councilwoman." This is literally all on film. And then on film, she goes and she grabs a police officer's baton. So now we're going to fast forward to Charlie Kirk's assassination. There might be a commercial.
It's another great day on the project. Until it's time for John's
social media post by a Tucson City Council member about the Charlie Kirk assassination is stirring response by sides of the political spectrum. Lane Santa Cruz has since taken the Instagram post down.
13 News reporter JD Wallace is live outside the Ward 1 office for Lane Santa Cruz with that post, the explanation, and the response. JD.
Mary, council members are saying that one comment by one of them does not reflect the entire body, while those who consider Charlie Kirk to be a friend are calling for accountability.
The post from council member Lane Santa Cruz's Instagram account stated, "Krama," likely meaning karma, "if you know," followed by a curse in Spanish. The other post is a quote attributed to someone else, an author, who says that Charlie Kirk said that he cannot stand the word empathy. The two posts are no longer visible on the councilwoman's account, and it is now set to private.
Do you guys hear that? So she literally went on social media. Okay, she went on social media, and then you know what she did? She wrote that, oh, it's karma what happened to Charlie Kirk. Now let me fast forward so I can continue the story of what I'm trying to tell you. Is now you fast forward to today, and guess who has been promoted to become the mayor?
It'd be great. It's a great day in Midvale Park. My name
is Services, an accessible future. Tucson is home to a diverse and vibrant.
So the woman that's going on her social media now, look, she gets to run the entire government meeting for our city. Look at, there she is. Look, she gets to run the whole government. Even she's grabbing police officers' batons.
Meeting shall engage.
There she is.
Community.
Not here for this, but I'm still giving you
Juneteenth, a day that individuals and families respect them all.
That brings us here to.
Is there anybody here to speak on this?
She has nothing to say. She literally just basically here's our planted leaders. These are the people that are supposed to keep us safe. The only guy that I could see, actually two people, Paul Cunningham on the left and Nikki Lee right there in the black. The rest, they literally are trying to turn our city into a socialist haven. So anyway, I'm getting off topic, but here we go. We're just waiting for the next. Once interview room is, we're going to do a live reaction to that. But this is where Nanos is coming out of. Just to bring it back in, they're all the same people. They're all protecting each other, except they all don't like Nanos. They've all decided that. But we also see that Nanos is above the law. He can lie. He can break people's rights, constitution, lawsuits up the U-Haul. I mean, he's got so many lawsuits. But look, here she is again. But the woman in green, it looks like they have matching. They're matching. The woman in green is Lane's wife. So that's Lane Santa Cruz's wife. I think they're matching. They're matching. Oh, how cute. Look at that. She's wearing green and she's wearing green. They're matching. Oh my gosh. I wonder if they planned that. That is amazing. All right, let's get back on Nancy here on this subject. Sorry about that. Just annoying. Usually when I watch that, I get really annoyed. It's hard for me to even watch. I'll be honest with you. We had another crash on the computer. I think I have just way too many windows up. So I'm having to get everything back up. All right, so we will. I'll just let this play out because we started it.
Word empathy. The two posts are no longer. The post from Councilmember Lane Santa Cruz's Instagram account stated "Krama," likely meaning karma, if you know, you know, followed by a curse in Spanish. The other post.
Who posts that? Like, seriously, how bad do you have to be that you literally post that on social media that you think that it is karma that somebody was pew-pewed? This is our vice mayor of our city. Vice mayor literally went on. I don't know how many people have heard about this. She went on social media and she said that it was karma that it happened.
Post is a quote attributed to someone else, an author, who says that Charlie Kirk said that he cannot stand the word empathy. The two posts are no longer visible on the councilwoman's account, and it is now set to private. Other council members are responding, Paul Cunningham saying it is inappropriate for an elected official to celebrate the murder of anyone. And
Thank
Nikki
you.
Lee said, in part, every member of our community is entitled to their First Amendment right to speak. It is important to understand that unless an action is taken by the governing body as a whole, the individual statements of council members, including mine, do not represent the official voice of the city council. This moment should not divide us further. It should be a reminder of how urgently we need to turn down the temperature, reject hateful rhetoric, and find common ground. The mayor.
Oh, this is the mayor. Look. The mayor, the mayor
Commented on saying civil in general.
I think that it is not important what this individual human being believed or not. Gun violence is wrong. It does not belong in our political discourse. And we've got to, together as Americans, have to advocate against this violence.
Council member.
What do you guys think? Have you guys even seen who our mayor is? That's our mayor. And this is our vice mayor. The matching green, remember she matched with her wife? And now this woman that you're seeing on screen, she was married to a legit communist of America. Now what happened to the communists of America is in the 2000s, because the word communism has a bad rap, they changed their name. I bet a lot of people don't know this. So they morphed into other groups. A lot of them you're seeing at these protests. So basically, she was married to a man named Patrick Brine. I think that's his name. Now he's a teacher at a local high school here in Tucson. So an ex-communist member is literally a teacher at one of our high schools. Well, what happened is Lane, obviously she was married to this communist and she was involved. That's how couples are, right? They're involved in the same groups. Well, once the groups morphed from that word communism, they turned into other groups. Like you're seeing today, the Democrat Socialists of America, a lot of them went into these groups. But Lane Santa Cruz is someone who needs to be investigated. She needs to be investigated. This woman should have been thrown out of office twice now, in my opinion. So, but yeah, she was. So to finish the story, she was married to this man named Mr. Bryan. It's all on the internet. I mean, we're not making stuff up. It's all there. And then she divorced him, and then she got married to the woman that you're seeing on the front at the front seat there earlier. All right. We're almost done with this little rabbit hole I went down.
Santa Cruz did issue a statement later on Facebook. In it, she says, quote, "The post was a personal reference intended for those who know my upbringing."
Oh, so now she's excusing. She never even said sorry. The post was a personal reference intended for those who know my upbringing. Now, I went to Lane Santa Cruz's office when I was dropping flyers off. If you guys have been following the page, you guys might remember I went to her office because you never hear Lane Santa Cruz trying to find Nancy or anything about Nancy because she doesn't care about Nancy either. She doesn't care about the crime in her neighborhood.
And goes on to say, quote, "I unequivocally denounce political violence, gun violence, and all forms of violence. But for Pima County Republican Party Chair Kathleen Wynn, the damage has been done."
Charlie Kirk is dead. He's never coming back. And we have to honor the work that he did while he was here. What she did is egregious.
She has said that her comments were taken out of context by right-wing platforms.
You know what? Then be smarter than that. What you're going to say, if you don't look at what the unintended consequences of what you have to say, then that's on you.
That's on her. So I'm done with that subject. Let me know what you think in the comments. We are just waiting for the interview room to wrap up. Is Criminal Network live? Is he live? I was gonna sign into his show when he goes live, maybe. Actually, we could see if he's live. Is he live yet? Nope. Let's do this though. Let's do a little scary little thing here. What we're gonna do, we're gonna drop in. Well, he's watching it already. Okay, we're gonna do. Give me 2 minutes, guys. We're doing a plan. I'm doing a plan. I got this all figured out now. Couple more clicks. Got that. We're almost there, everybody. All right, everybody, what we're gonna do is right now, just hold on. This is the plan. Welcome in, Jody. So we are gonna do an automatic switch over. Okay, if you've never been through an automatic switch over, what's gonna happen is this stream will just automatically end. You're gonna be like, whoa, what happened? What happened? And then it's gonna automatically take you to the new stream that we're gonna do. We're gonna start the interview room over. We're gonna react. We're gonna watch the comments. We're gonna sign into Alex's. So shout out to Alex. But we are going to basically do a live reaction. Bring on Alex. We're gonna bring on people while the show's going on. We're gonna pause it. We might pause it. So right now it looks like it's going on. We're gonna go all the way. So hold on 1 second. Everybody who was at this stream, thank you. Now when I hit end, you're gonna see like a vortex, and then you're gonna be taken into the new stream. So just hold on. Just for a minute, Granny B. I'm sorry. He's my friend. I'm sorry you don't like him, but maybe just if you don't want to watch him. I love Alex, all right? So I'm sorry you don't, but it's rude to do that. I apologize for, speaking up for my friends, but I think it's rude to do that. So just hold on. It'll automatically take you into the next screen. Hold on, Mystic Mom. Kathleen, hold on. It's going to take us in. Ready? I'm going to count to 3, and then it'll stop, and then you'll be at the new stream in about 10 seconds. So I'll see you there. See you soon. Hold on. Cross your fingers. This works.